Alright, test. I got audio. Hey, hi, hello. Good evening. Welcome to the middle of the week. I hope it's been going well for you. As for me, it's been pretty laid back. Surprisingly enough, even though we're kind of in the middle of the holiday blitz, at least in the US, right? We just had Halloween, and soon it'll be Thanksgiving, and then a month after that, it'll be Christmas and then New Year's within quick succession. Yeah, it's always the end of the year where things just ramp up real quickly, and you just got like a bunch of holidays coming at the end of the month. And, got like 3 weeks to recover in between. And it's like, oh, most of your time's probably gonna be spent preparing for the next event, especially since Thanksgiving and Christmas tend to be like the big ones, right? You got the either going somewhere or you got a bunch of family coming over. You got to make sure you got all the food, you got the lodgings, you got activities planned, accommodations for anyone who might need it. Yeah, it can be daunting depending on what side you're on. I guess no matter what side you're on. Some might be more daunting than others. Just like how it is in Forza Motorsport. Our long path to the Builders Cup, I guess, championship endpoint continues tonight as we we'll probably wrap up the first tour and then start on the second. So let's get in here. We will continue our career. Yep. So we got. Oh yeah, I've been doing the featured tour. Yeah. Like, from what I read, this is like a monthly thing, and they swap out. So I've been trying to get through them. The only problem is that the cars that they require for that latter three will cost you an arm and a leg. I think the minimum is about like 290,000 credits, and well, you saw how much I make per race, so it takes a while to afford enough. Unless I imagine if you buy DLC, then you'll probably get yourself a ready car. I'll be honest, I'm probably gonna play this game a bit, so maybe I'll do that, but not now. That'll be later. Right. Maybe when my credit card monthly bill rolls over. In any case, what we're going to do here is the Builders Cup. Look at that. All we got to do is premium performance. Got to get through the premium sports cars, and then we'll do this. We'll get our car from there, and then we'll start on the enthusiast tour. So buckle up. It's going to be a long one, so we might as well get started, right?
Over the last 20 years, top manufacturers in Italy, Germany, and England have produced premium performance coupes possessing an exciting
Wait, it's pronounced coupe? Really? I've been pronouncing it coupe this whole time.
Love mechanical excellence, gorgeous body lines, and a long, winding road. Functional and
Also, are the subtitles always scrolled like this? I don't remember.
Power for aggressive track days. And when built to the next level, these cars transform into exhilarating track weapons that are skilled.
How many times is weapons going to be used in this game? And I get it, it's like a metaphorical weapon, not... I mean, it is a literal weapon, but in this case it's like a metaphorical weapon. Oh, I forgot I had to buy these cars as well. Which one of these do I like the best? I see... Ooh, Aston Martin looks nice. Ferrari don't look too bad either. Not too keen on Porsche. Lotus looks fine. I don't know. Something about the BMW just calls out to me. I think we can get that. I'm gonna get that. Sorts of manufacturer colors you got. I like how only one of them seems to have like this secondary color. Or no, I think that's like the selected one, right? No, it's not. Well, I guess I'll go for it since there's like no blue shade. All right. And we're going to the Circuit de Barcelona. And might as well get in there, because... Oh, wait. It's level 1, but I have 300 points. Can I put anything on here? Oh, wait, I can. It's not much, but hey, they just give it to me, so why not? You know, I did something in this game that's like the first time I've ever done it in a Forza Motorsport series, which I guess isn't saying much because I only played 7 and 6 PC version before. I actually played like a bit of the multiplayer. I guess they do it differently in this game. It's funny because it seems like they're trying to do it like an actual race event. So, you know, they have like the lobbies that come out and so they'll have like a period of time where the room opens up, and for that period, what you can do is like practice, or can like you can choose a qualifying. Then you have 3 laps to kind of put out your best time. And I'm guessing, you know, whatever time you get depends will determine where you start when the race starts proper. So, you know, once you get the qualifying done, you just keep on practicing until time runs out. And then the race begins proper, and then you do the race, and then you get placed, and then, you know, race ends. You go queue up for the next one. It's very interesting the way they do it, but yeah. I don't know, part of me wishes they just had, like, you know, just matchmaking, but I guess they wanted to get that feel of race day out there. So it could be like, yeah, there's this race coming up in about 30 minutes. Make sure you're there at the designated time. And you know, if you get there early, you can practice, but make sure you get your qualifying laps in too, so you can get your placements and stuff. Right? I'm guessing that's what the intent was. Maybe they did that so that people just can't like queue into multiplayer matches repeatedly and just farm credits, although I don't know why they would want to limit that. It almost feels weird sometimes when games try to limit economies that don't have like a primarily multiplayer component to it. No, it's like things like way Forza Horizon 5 just like nerfed certain strategies, you know, nerfed certain rewards from cars, and yes, Animal Crossing as well does the like super hard save game limits. It's like, so the economy are they trying to protect it, right? It's not like an MMO where, you know, someone finds a gold farm and you end up crashing like the global economy or something. It's not, there's not much at stake here. Just kind of funny. But yeah, I did read around for, hey, how do you make how's the best way to make credits in this game? People just said, yeah, just play the game, right? You play the game, you'll get credits, and you know, you'll be able to afford cars. Might take you a while, but you'll get there. Which, you know what? Fine. It seems like that's what I'll be doing anyway. On that note, I'm going to circle back around to Animal Crossing. I don't know if I've talked about this, but there's always that eternal debate of Animal Crossing, right? It's like, what is your stance on time traveling? I feel like that's the one question that will divide people into 2 groups. You got the one side that goes, nah, if you do that, you suck. It's against the spirit of the game. They want you to wait, you know, they want you to, you know, play it moderately, have a little bit of fun. Don't overdo it, right? Because Animal Crossing is a laid-back series, and trying to rush things is you're just gonna, you're not getting it, right? And you got the other side that goes, man, I don't want to wait like a whole month to get all the features. I want to, you know, I want the best shop. I want to open up the museum. I want to get the coffee shop. I want to be able to get all my neighbors in a few days. And it's like, you can see the point that both sides are making. Kind of wish that, you know, they wouldn't butt heads or something. Especially in Animal Crossing, where most of the time, the way one person plays probably won't affect another way another person plays, right? It only comes to a head if, you know, they decide to visit your town and drop off a bunch of future items for you, which at that point I would get, but yeah, otherwise, don't seem so bad. You know, it's been a while since I, like, played New Horizons. I go through a year of it, like as I usually do with Animal Crossing games. It's what I did with New Leaf, so I did it with New Horizons as well. So, you know, I saw a year's worth of events and had fun with that. Put it down for a bit, and then they announced Happy Home Paradise, and that got me back into it, right? Along with their big update where they introduced a bunch of features. You know, I got back into that, cooked a bunch of food, helped a bunch of people, helped out a bunch of people with their resort homes, and yeah, it was pretty cool. And then I put it down again. I think that was like the period at which I also did the massive island cleanup and just kind of designed it as I saw fit. Oh man, yeah, it was a different time. That was when, you know, we didn't have much else to do because the world situation was pretty bad. So we had New Horizons and we had VTubers. You know, some people conspire to make things even harder, but you know what? You do what you do, and I think I'm making out okay so far. Man. New Horizons had some, like, nice clothes options. I think that was kind of where, you know, the customization finally kind of hit the sweetest spot. Because each Animal Crossing, you know, expanded the options for clothes in each game. Right? It's like the first one that came out on the West on the GameCube had very specific gender-defined clothes, and then what was the one on DS? Wild World, right? Wild World, I think, sort of expanded it so that you could have, so hairstyles could be used by anyone regardless of your gender. And I think City Folk, the Wii version, expanded that so you could, like, use accessories regardless of your gender, so you could, like, equip hats and shoes and stuff regardless. And then New Leaf went even further and just let you wear whatever clothes you wanted. Although they still refer to you in the masculine or feminine sense, depending on what you picked. And then New Horizons, where they just didn't say anything about gender at all. Just let you wear what you want, right? And then they also just let you pick your face and your eyes and everything. Didn't have to go through any complicated questionnaires or anything like that, which was pretty darn rad. Ooh, wow, look at that. The absolute confidence these folks have. You know what? Let's see if I can not let them down. We'll make sure that their hopes are realized. I guess it is nice that there's a game recently that came out that at least super focuses on the fashion aspect on Switch. Fashion Dreamer. It's been pretty fun. Part of me is amused at the kind of the dress-up interface reminds me a lot of Animal Crossing, though I wouldn't be surprised if they had like a, you know, they maybe took inspiration from that UI. It's a good UI, and definitely feels like the kind of thing that would evokes the feel of a shopping center, right? You got your character in the center, and a bunch of clothing items just on the sides, like, oh man, what should I pick? What should I put on? Yeah, I've been enjoying that. I guess Super Mario Wonder is like the other game that's come out and made a big splash. Have I mentioned that already? But yeah, everyone loves it. Maybe not the toughest Mario game around, but it certainly is the freshest, which I think 2D Mario has been needing for quite a while. I think I might have said this already, but yeah, it's kind of ironic that new Super Mario Brothers, it was new, right? It was new when it first came out, but then they kept using it. They had that same style and sort of same aesthetic and everything, and started becoming old. But Wonder kind of gave it the shot in the arm it needed. And now we'll probably see more games in the style of Wonder, and then there'll be a while before we get something like that, right? Maybe a mix-up. To be honest, I thought maybe their direction would have been more like what Bowser's Fury was like, sort of. I don't know how to describe it. It's like a quasi mix of 2D and 3D. You got the open world stuff, but you also got like sections of the game that feel more like the 3D land, 3D world style level that they had going. They should do more of those. It's like all we've had so far is 3D land and 3D world, and they've all been pretty well received. So if they did like another sort of 3D style game, whatever they call it, I think people would be pretty receptive to that. They gotta be, like, saving a dog power-up for something, right? They have a cat power-up. It's gotta be only a matter of time before they introduce dog power-ups. I don't know what a dog power-up would do, except maybe, like, give you a zoomies move or something. But cat kinda gives you that, too, doesn't it? Maybe they just give you a bunch of elephants. Sorry, animal. I just had elephants on my mind because of Wonder. But yeah, a bunch of animal power-ups, so... I don't know, cat, dog... bird? Could replace, like, the cape feather. Oh, if I remember correctly, oh, nuts. Mario RPG Remake is coming out. It's supposed to come out soon, right? I got an email from a Humble Bundle going, hey, since you're a Choice member, you can pre-order Mario RPG from our site for 10% off. Seems like a fairly enticing deal, but on the other hand, $60? I mean, I know it's like a remake and everything, but I don't know if I think I was like talking with one of my friends about Wonder, and I think he just like brought up, yeah, I think that game's like maybe an 8, and this is coming from someone who's like played a bunch of Nintendo games and enjoyed it. I'm like, yeah, okay, so you think it's great, cool. And then yeah, I'm not sure what his direction is with that, and I think he was trying to be contrarian because, you know, everyone else is going, dude, this game is amazing, and he's like, yeah, it's fine, but you know what, cool, right? I mean, you're not obligated to think it's super de-duper amazing. Honestly, I feel like that guy seems to want a muted reaction. Like, he oh, the cute ears are gone. Yeah, Halloween's over, so, you know, just back to my regular old self. This is my usual attire, one that I've been sporting for the better part of a year, actually. But yeah, when Breath of the Wild was like first announced, I don't know, the guy was like really incensed that people seem to be wowed by it. It was like, I just don't understand where all these people think is going to be like the greatest thing since sliced bread. And he was like, yeah, I think this is going to be like pretty darn cool, but almost like he seems to think that no one else was allowed to be excited or something, which is like, man, you know what, if you're like, you know, you think it's like, you know, great but not amazing, that's fine, but don't rain on other people's parade, right? This guy's like a pretty hardcore gamer. This guy's like plays games and he's real good at them, so I guess it's like you know, maybe he doesn't have like the biggest reaction to everything, but I imagine to most people who don't normally play like a ton of video games, they probably were easily wowed. And you know what? That's their right, right? Because you know, it is pretty good, pretty substantially different, and for the better. So yeah, give him that, right? How's it going? I'm doing well. It's been a pretty good week, pretty routine week, but hey, you know what? Routine is good, right? At least it ain't something catastrophic happening. So yeah, I've had a good week. It's actually a shorter week this week since we have a holiday at the end, so actually get off a little early, which is pretty cool. You know, I'm starting to agree more and more that maybe we should just have like a 4-day work week. It definitely feels like 2 days is just barely enough time to recharge, right? Because, you know, start of the weekend, you're like trying to ease into it, and then the next day it's already, well, I gotta get ready for the next work week of 8 hours of, you know, doing whatever. And even then, 8 hours is like a lot to ask for. Right? Depending on when you start, you either got to get up early, so you're just going to be like tired all the way through. And then by the end of the day, you just want to just fall into bed or something. Or, you know, you work late, so you're spending most of the day just like preparing to go to work. And then you go to work. And then you go home. And it's so late, the only thing you can really do is sleep. Should be like they had in the 70s and 80s and have a 3-day week. Ah, that would be fantastic. Yeah, it's not just like the quantity of work. It's not just that the number of hours have increased, at least in the US, but also like the amount of work that people are required to do have increased as well. Like, I read about it all the time, right? It's like people who talk about how their teams get downsized, people get laid off, and everyone remaining is just like expected to just pick up the work of those that are not there anymore, so they just end up having more on their plate. Right, so it's like, you know, by the time everything's said and done, you don't have any energy for yourself. You're just kind of working for the machine, which sucks. I can totally get why people would be more incensed at that by now. That's me every day, coming and just faceplant on my sofa. Yeah. That, or you'll get the lazy ones who will just slack off and everything gets dumped in your lap and you're expected to cope. Oh yeah, there's that too. Alright, you got the folks at top who don't understand what your job is all about, and they set these unreasonable targets, and you know, you go, dude, that's not like humanly possible, and they're like, well, I don't care, do it anyway. Right, it's the thing like people have noticed, more people are noticing now, and it's something like some may have noticed before, where it's like, you know, growth can't happen infinitely, right? People who make organization's entire goal growth, eventually you're going to run out of room to grow, either because, you know, you run out of people to, you know, sell your stuff to, or human resources just hits the natural limit, or, you know, entire base of things becomes untenable. But yeah, there comes a point where, you know, you hit your limit, and for some reason the top just want you to push past it like it's no problem. Like, I guess especially problematic is like percentage growth, right? Because then the raw numbers increase, and eventually, you'll hit like natural limits, but they don't care. It's true what they say, the less you do, the more you get thought of. Yeah, you might fly under the radar for a while, but eventually someone's gonna take notice and be like, hey, so what is it that you do? and they were like, well, I do this thing, right? And you know, depending on what happens, either they kind of start dumping stuff on your plate, or you know, they might reassign you, or like worse. It's like especially bad if you know, the problematic folks have protections in some way or another, whether they be they know someone higher up or they are someone higher up. It's don't feel great.
So you may need to adjust your turn-in points as the race progresses. All you, let's go.
But yeah, that all circles back around to say, okay, 4-day work week does it starting to sound better and better. All about who you know, not what you know. Yeah, that's why the word of advice is always network, right? Sure, having the skills is nice, but that'll only get you part of the way there. You gotta kind of talk with the right people and make sure you get that word in. That foot in the door, as they always like to put it. But yeah. I know even back when I was like applying for jobs back in the day, I did see some schedules that were starting to do something like that, where like every other week you would have like an extra day off. So you would work like 5 days one week and then you work 4 days for the other week. Of course, you didn't get that day for free. You would have to work like 30 extra minutes on the other 9 days, which added up pretty nicely. But yeah, something like that. I know there are some other places who might give you an extra day per month and only ask for you, like, you know, for you to work like maybe an extra 15-20 minutes, which kind of a nice way to space things out. But yeah, I guess 4 days a week if we go with the, at least in the US, if we go like, you know, the 40-hour work week requirement, require people to work 10 hours per week, which means you'd be working longer days, which means depending on who you are, those 4 work days might be even more exhausting. Like 9 to 5 is already a huge chunk of time. Could you imagine like 9 to 7 or 7 to 5 or 8 to 6? Man. Back in my old job, it actually took me like an hour to commute back home. So I would always like be home by 6, even if I left work at like 5. So yeah. I mean, thankfully I had like things like my phone and my 3DS to play with, so it wasn't like a complete bore, but still. It was like a large chunk of time, man. Those networking things were always such a chore to get through. Feels like I've run a marathon with all the new folks I don't know. For a big introvert like me, it was torture. Oh, I totally get that feel. Yeah, just walk up to these people you totally don't know and just try to converse with them, right? The worst part is, like, you know, they know why you're there. They know why you're talking to them, so almost feels like you don't want to beat around the bush. You don't want to be pleasant. You just want to go, hey, what's up? What kind of jobs do you have? What kind of things can you offer me? What sorts of how much are you going to be able to get me through that door? But you still gotta like dress it up in this sort of casual conversation talk, because it's weird to just ask outright. Yeah. And you know, 90% of the time, you might not get anything in return, right? You leave and you won't get like a callback or a return email or anything of the sort. Welcome to my world. 4 a.m. to 7 or 8 p.m. Oh, geez Louise, that's... Wow, hey God, that's it's a really long day. Ugh. Actually reminds me, there was like that one video that kind of went viral, that person who was like, you know, really sad that 8 to 5 was just like super grueling, and then you had like people kind of sort of in two big camps, right? The one was like, yeah, that's work life. And the other side's just like, yeah, but don't you see that this is kind of fucked, right? 5 out of the 7 days you can't do jack squat, and then the other 2 you're just recovering. Like, where's the time to yourself, right? Where's your time to kind of pursue, life and the pursuit of happiness and all that, right? Long days on the road. At least I have furry and fanboy ASMR videos to listen to pass the time. Ah, good stuff. I know when I go on long drives, I always like to download a bunch of podcasts and just like let them play one after the other in the car. It's pretty good listening. It's either that or just like whip up personal playlist of my music and just listen to that on the way through. I've said that many a time, may as well set up a bed at work. Oh my god, there was this anime I watched a while ago. I think it was called New Game. Yeah, and like one of the characters there actually slept at work, and they kind of treated it as like a gag thing. I don't know, I guess I was like hee hee hoo hoo ha ha at first, but looking back I was like, oh my god, it's kind of sad, right? When the workplace demands so much that there's no time to go home, they may as well just sleep there. It's like, ugh. That's kind of like the end point of this, right? This is what the execs want. The happy cogs in the machine to devote 24/7 to advancing the numbers and pursuing the infinite growth. Again, who cares about personal life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? Was like that when I worked at the supermarket. 10 a.m. to midnight, then back in for 7 a.m. till 5 p.m. Ugh. Double shifts. Ah. I feel for that. Ooh, man. I knew some folks who worked in retail, and yeah, it's you definitely get terrible folks from all sides. Right, if it ain't the managers, then it's probably the coworkers. And if it's not them, it's the higher-ups who don't even visit the store and just care about numbers. And if it's not them, it's the customers. And if it's not them, it's hooligans and criminals. And it's like, ugh. It's like... That's why if I ever go out to retail, I usually try to be on my best behavior. At least try to, be neutral, right? Least I can do for them is not make their day worse, because they probably have, like, a crappy day most of the time, so... Least I can do is just like keep moving along, just let them do their thing, and not be a nuisance, and just let them appreciate that they went through another day without having someone, blow their gasket at them. You don't get paid enough to deal with the Karens and stuff. Yeah, I've definitely read a bunch of stories where, yeah, one really rotten person just gets to them and they're like, yeah, fuck this, I'm done, I'm out. Right? You'll get paid. You don't get paid enough, period. Much less enough for that shit. Just takes one to ruin your day. I know, right? You could have like the best day in the world. You could have like the most exciting news happen. You got one person who just goes, "Wow, you're a really crappy person. Wow, you suck. You're not good at your job. You're a dumbass, aren't you?" And just like, ugh, great. Thanks for ruining it, jerk. But yeah, again, 4-day work week. Wish they could change that up, right? Treat ground level employees better. Maybe give them better conditions and pay and benefits and what have you, and maybe overwork them less. I don't know. I don't know how you'd solve the customer problem, though. I feel like that would require a bigger upheaval of just, like, the way we raise people and teach people stuff. Like, we would have to try to tell them that, yeah, workers are people and deserve to be treated with respect like everyone else. Certainly not something a company on its own could fix. That requires kind of changing things from in many, many other spots. Top that with getting hit by a disability scooter. Man. That just makes it worse, because it's like, you know, you imagine there's folks who might legitimately need special needs. You know, they have it bad enough that now you got these other folks giving them a bad rap, and it's like, y'all, come on. But yeah. So switching... Was so glad to get out of there after 9 years. Whew, yeah. Long time to be spending in there. Yeah, imagine, you know, driving on the road, at the very least, all you gotta deal with is, you know, your deadlines and your time limits. As long as you make those, imagine most people will probably be cool with it, so... Yeah. Well, I guess there's other things you have to deal with, but... most of the time, it's just like you and yourself and whatever forms of entertainment you might have packed with you. But yeah, when I go on long trips, at least back when I did, my personal favorite thing to do was like I had like a personal playlist set up, you know, this is like all of the music I like listening to, which is like this just eclectic mix of rock and maybe a little metal, a little bit of electronic, a whole lot of Weird Al tunes, and some other meme songs and stuff. Just like mixed it in with a bunch of commercials, right? Just like parody commercials from like the You Don't Know Jack / Jellyvision CDs that they put up. And then it was like having my own personal radio station. It was pretty great, right? You get like a couple of tunes, and then you get something like a You Don't Know Jack parody commercial in there. It all mixed together really well. Honestly, if I were to like, you know, go back to that playlist, I would probably try to find like other parody commercials from programs like SNL and Colbert and Jimmy Kimmel, and just intersperse them in as well. I feel like that would be my ideal playlist. I might even actually separate them out by genre, so if I like had a certain mood, I could just like switch to them, and I don't know, they'll be pretty funny, pretty at least fun for a lark. I always take my tablet with me so I can watch YouTube and stuff. Ooh, yeah, that works pretty well too. Just fire up a stream VOD or something like that, and you know, let's have that in the background. It's like the equivalent of a podcasting game, I imagine, right? The stream might not even be like the main thing, just there to kind of like have something in the background while you're off doing other stuff, because, yeah, I can totally understand people who might not be able to work if there's just like nothing but complete silence, because I've certainly come to that point as well, where I just needed at least something, right? Anything. Could be a podcast, could be like a stream, could be just like 1 hour of silence with the first 4 notes of Megalovania just popping in every now and then. Just anything, right? Any sort of thing to kind of just... It's kind of funny, right? That sort of background noise just like helps you actually concentrate. That's as long as there's like no actual semblance of lyrics or whatever, but yeah. It works well. I can see why people would want that. While I'm waiting to fill up, it takes like half an hour to fill both tanks. Oh yeah, I bet. Large vehicles. And you need to be able to push all that machinery somehow for a good long while. So yeah, you definitely need a long time to... You need large tanks, and that would take a while to kind of fill her up. Helps past miles rather than just engine noise. Yeah, that's for sure. Amusingly enough, might help you maintain your concentration more. I totally get it. It works with me. I had to admit, I've been out of the game for a while. It's been a while since I've like done any long drives, so I might have to find some new podcasts to kind of fill it up, because I think all my old podcast series are like all done now. There's maybe like one or two that are still going, but I've kind of fallen out of those as well, so might not be too hard to find some new ones. I can at least think of one that I would want to add, but even that's like a very limited series. It's like Strike Force 5. It was like a podcast made by like 5 of the late night hosts. Was it Kimmel, Fallon, Colbert, Myers, and Oliver? They just put it together while the writer's strike was going on in the US. It went for like 12 episodes, and it only ended because like the strike ended and they were able to go back to doing their shows, but at least might be something to have for filler the next time I go on a big long trip, right? Might be a challenge to find another gaming podcast that would fill the void the same way Giant Bombcast and the Super Best Friends cast used to. Like, I fell off of both of them. Bombcast because like all the people I used to listen to are off doing other things now, and the Best Friends cast because it's done. And like the new podcast that's popped up, I don't know, it feels like a bunch of like people just yelling at clouds thing now these days. They're always just like raging at whatever, and it's like I kind of fell off on them. You know, hey, they do them, but I'm not interested in what they do anymore, right? Because Lord knows, motorways are so boring. Aha. And it gets tiring after a while, too. Just stare out in the open road. Right. If you... After a while, at least for me, I know my eyes would, like, start to glaze over. But you can't do that because, you know, you're driving a really, really, really heavy vehicle, and, you know, there are catastrophic consequences for not paying attention, so you gotta do that. So that exhausts you. And... you know, just focusing on that would tire you out. So you need some way to kind of help your other centers of the brain too. So something like background noise in some form of another helps you out. Thank God for the lane departure warning thingy. Oh, is that a thing now? That's immensely useful, at least. Yeah. Although for me, I would probably need something like a spray of water to the face, right? Something to just let me go, hey! Right? I can't just be like a noise. It's got to be something more, right? Something physical. Although I guess the downside to that would be, well, anything you can think of would also take your eyes off the road and might increase the risk of a crash. So that's why it's just like a tone, because that's like least likely to, I guess, mess you up, at least physically. Maybe if not water, maybe like a puff of cold air. I know that was like the strategy for, you know, my parents and my siblings when they drive for a long time. They just crank up that air conditioner and just like, you know, blow it in their face. And, you know, cold air does help to keep you up because, you know, it's cold is not comfy, so, you know, it's less likely you'll fall asleep, which is kind of what you need. So I get that. Yeah, it's crazy just how much car tech has advanced. Yeah, we already went over this, but yeah, it's like back when backup cams used to be an optional add-on rather than just part and parcel with a car, but now it's like yeah, you just, you know, usually it will come standard, and you know, it's pretty cool. Like, I've even seen some cars that have like some sort, like a simulated overhead cam, which is wild to me. But that was so very useful, especially if you're trying to do something like, say, parallel park. It works real well for that. Even more so if you have the heat on, makes you super sleepy. Oh my god. Don't even get me started. Warmth is like the ultimate sleep inducer for me, right? It's like, you know, even if I'm not driving, if I go to bed, I always gotta, like, you know, get under blankets so I can get super cozy. And that's how I get to bed. It's actually kind of funny, because I think, what is it? Someone said, or I think it was like science, or some scientific reports that's like,
Great race. P1.
you know, having a lower body temperature actually helps you sleep also. So, of course, there's like, you know, a happy medium to this, right? You don't want to be too hot, but you also don't want to be too cold, but yeah. I don't know. I feel like, I guess I just have like a higher than normal temperature requirement for falling asleep. I've done that on buses before. The heat's on and I just doze off. Oh boy. I know when I'm like visiting my relatives and, you know, I'm sitting in front of their fireplace, just having that warm heat of the fire and just like sitting in a comfy chair. Definitely had my moments where I just like doze off as well. Right, you just wake up a couple minutes later, or even like maybe an hour or two later. It's like, oh, right, yeah. I feel like if, you know, during bus rides and train rides, I would try my darndest not to sleep because heaven knows I don't want to miss my stop. Because it's like, you know, you do that, and well, you gotta kind of work your way back some way or another. That actually happened to me once. I missed my stop, right? Because I wasn't paying attention, so thankfully I managed to get off on the next station over, and it wasn't too much of a walk to kind of get to my place, but it's like, especially when you're like, you know, you gotta like,
Virginia International Raceway hasn't
and everyone else is on a tight schedule, you really don't want to be missing stops and stuff.
down the track to plan your next move.
I did witness someone else who's like dozed off and then they woke up when someone was like asking them for a ticket. They're like, oh wait, I was supposed to get off like a couple of stops ago. And so you get like, saw them trying to work things out, and it's like, oh boy, that's a position I don't want to like get to, right? Just like suddenly wake up and be like, oh man, my destination's like far away, and now I gotta like take a little extra time to kind of get back to where I need to be. Right, throws everything off, throws your day off, and worst case scenario, throws other people's schedules off too, because they gotta work around your error, which makes you feel worse. Sign I'm getting older, dozing off after meals. Fatal if you put your feet up on the sofa, next thing it's like 2 hours later. I get that feel. You know, a lot of people say, right, it's because, you know, your circulatory system has to work on digesting the food, so that puts less energy to keeping your other functions active, and, you know, if your body can go to sleep, even better, because that's like more energy they can direct towards the digestive system. So easily done, yeah. I can just imagine if you're like sleepy and you end up missing a stop inadvertently. Just like, And then on the other hand, there are those times where they gotta detour everyone for some reason or another. Happened at my old place where, you know, the train I would normally use to like get to places would, the line would close for some reason or another, so they would have to accommodate everyone some other way. It's like, you know, they might have like buses at a drop-off point to kind of take you to the next destination. It's like, oh man, you know, expecting to kind of do something at a certain time, but now you got to take like an extra hour or two to work your way around it, and like, again, it's like you wish you had that extra time, but you end up spending it on getting your way home, and then by the time you get home, it's like you have less time to kind of do your personal pursuits or whatever. It's like, well, it's a bit of a shame. Oh yeah, those rail replacement buses. Yeah. Definitely happened once or twice when I lived in a big city. It's like sometimes you don't even expect it, right? It's just like the train will just like stop all of a sudden, and you just like kind of sitting there for a couple of minutes wondering what's going on, and then you just hear over the PA, yeah, everyone's gonna have to disembark at the next stop because yeah, this got an accident or like, you know, a crisis happening at the station, so we can't really go anywhere, so we got buses ready to kind of take you where you need to be. Yeah, fun times. Then the icing on the cake is getting lost in the big underground station. Oh, I would feel that too, right? It's like, you know, when you're scouting out the route the first time you get to a place and you need to make that your routine and then finally get it down, you're like, oh, right. Right, you're just like going through the motions, just walking through and everything. But then, you know, you gotta take a detour, so you gotta navigate these new unfamiliar paths. And you're just like sweating the whole time, wondering, oh boy, did I go the right way? Am I getting on the right train? Is this the corridor that will take me to the right train? Will the train make it in time to the other station so I can catch the other train and I don't have to wait? It's all those things you gotta think about. It's like, oh boy. Always get nervous on those escalators in those stations. They're so steep. It's like a miracle that they continue to be like that. Though I guess it's just a case of, well, that's the way it's been, and it would be way too cumbersome to, you know, renovate them. Right, because that would mean having to redirect everyone onto somewhere else, which means you would have to deal with congestion, and, you know, you gotta work around it while the flow of foot traffic remains the same as ever. I wonder if it's just like the inability to kind of figure that out kind of results in just things being the way they are despite society, you know, becoming more voluminous, and fortunately the infrastructure has not kept up with it. The way all the pictures on the walls are at an angle so that they're right as you're going down. Huh. That's an interesting way of doing it. I don't know if it's like that here. At least I don't think it is where at the stations I've gone to. I would not to be surprised if they do that somewhere. But yeah. I can certainly see the reasoning for it, though, right? You're always going to be looking down anyway, so might as well tilt the pictures in a way to kind of make it look like you're going through a corridor, as if you're on some sort of like horizontal people mover, like they have in the airports. That always amused me. I mean, I know why they have them there, but it's always funny. They, like, you know, you got the big wide corridors. Right, you got your usual walking paths, and then in the middle you have the kind of the people movers, as I like to call them, the horizontal escalators that move a little faster, so you can get to where you need to be, or you know, you can just stand around while the people movers take you where you need to be. I can at least understand it there, right? Because it's like air travel is exhausting, even if like. You might not believe it, but yeah, sitting on your butt for a long time, it takes a lot of wind out of you. Especially if you're traveling for like a really long period of time. And you know, you got to do like a bunch of layovers and stuff as well. And yeah, this comes back to the same idea of, well, you got like specific, very specific times you got to meet, so you got to hope that nothing goes awry, because that'll just throw your entire groove off if a plane is late, or, you know, even if a plane isn't late, you got to be where you need to be. So even if you do have like a couple hours to kind of just like rest and relax, you really can't do that. Still makes no difference, still spend hours in security. Yeah, there's also that. A very hard line between, you know, outside of the airport and the inside of the airport. Yep, when I went to Alabama, I sat around for 6 hours on a layover to Washington. Or, on a layover in Washington. Yeah. It's like, sure, you can walk around, you can eat, but, you know, you really aren't going to get to do much, because the best you're going to do is just, like, sit down, and even then, you're still going to have your plane trip on your mind, because you're going to have to get back on that plane and then sit in there for another couple of hours until you reach your destination. And I've definitely been reading about, you know, how planes are kind of making things worse in there, right? By giving you less leg room, and things like that. Yeah, and also losing sort of the meals that you used to have, being downgraded to snacks, or maybe not even that. And it's not even on top of, you know, if that's all, if you don't have problematic passengers, which I imagine gets amplified because you're stuck in a tiny metal tube, so you really can't escape it. Then got lost in Chicago's O'Hare. Oh no! Yeah, and then if you do get lost in an airport, and it's like, oh no, I only have so much time to figure out where I am before, you know, the plane flies off without me, and I gotta readjust everything to accommodate. It's like, it's stressful. It's like really stressful. Even if you just get like the one direct flight, you still gotta, you know, get to the airport a few hours before the flight because of all the security stuff. And, you know, when you get there, you just have the hope that, you know, whatever hotel you booked is still there on the up, and, you know, you can just get to your reservation. Oh, I guess you gotta like find a way there too if the hotel isn't right next to the airport. You gotta find a taxi or go for a rideshare or something like that. Oop. And then you gotta carry all your luggage around as well, make sure everything's accounted for. And if there is something that does happen to get lost, you're like, oh no, that also throws your rhythm off, because then you gotta go shopping for all the stuff that was in the suitcase. Yeah, and the whole rental car thing too, if you're doing that. Right, hopefully, like, most of the time the car rental agency usually is open, but, you know, sometimes they might not have the car you want, or maybe there's an extra step you gotta do, or you gotta wait in the line and someone in front is being real difficult, and like, yeah, man. Again, there's like a million things you gotta keep in mind of, a million ways things could go south, and yeah. Plane rides, a whole adventure in itself. And again, train rides are kind of not much different. I think I did like a big train commute like a couple years back when I had to go visit Midwest US. US, yeah. I was like taking a national line. Yeah, they got trains for that. It was like an overnight one, so we got there late at night, and then we kind of slept for, you know, as we were traveling from the coast to Midwest US. Kind of interesting, but definitely its own form of stressful. At the very least, not as much Because, you know, even if a train does get delayed, at the very least, they try to, like, make it so that the other train will wait for you, but, you know, you still got all the foibles that you would see during air travel, but now you're just traveling during train. I only had to do it once, but, you know, it wasn't so bad that I wouldn't do it again. Never done a long-distance train before. They've always been local to the city. I've done like an overnight. I've done an overnight long-distance train. It's not too bad. You could think of it like a bus, right? You got seating kind of like a bus, you know. But everything else just has like the context of a train. So usually you're pretty good if you just want to like lean back and then, you know, get in as many winks as you can in your state. I don't know. I'm the type of person who can like fall asleep right easy, right? Even if I'm like sitting down, I will zone out. I will zonk out like just like that if I'm tired enough. Don't matter. Yeah, a good way to see the scenery and the random little villages in the middle of nowhere. That was definitely a fun part. Part of it. Though I guess not so much on the overnight train because you're spending most of it asleep, but I've definitely been on other train rides where I got to see, you know, just the countryside, which was pretty cool. Although those weren't like long distance trains, those are like more, I guess, well, at longest they were like interstate trains, but yeah. You certainly got familiar with that scenery, too. Ooh. I don't know if I definitely brought up this story before, but yeah. It reminds me of, one particular train I used to go on a lot. Because, yeah, I used to, like, live in a place where I would, like, take the train a lot to, like, go home to visit family. So, you know, I would do it a lot during the holidays, and then during the like summer and spring months I would also try to visit occasionally as well. You know, they got familiar with me. They would ask to see my ticket, and then I would show them my ticket, and then we become a thing. And then there was this during one ride, right? I was riding, you know, I got on the train, started doing my thing, you know, just like play games on my 3DS, and I realized, oh hey, it's been a while. I don't think anyone's seen my ticket yet. All right, I saw conductors just like go back and forth. They didn't really do anything, so I just like flagged one of them down and said, "Hey, did y'all scan my ticket?" They said, "Yeah, well," they said, "No, we didn't scan your ticket, but we really don't need to. We know who you are, and we know you're good, so good to go." I'm like, wait, do I really ride the train that often? I rode it so often that they knew who I was, and they're like, "Yeah, you know what? This guy's legit." All right, the last several times he was on here, guy just showed us his ticket. Pretty quiet fella, so they're like, "You know what? We'll give him the pass." A proper regular. Yeah, especially on a thing you wouldn't expect to be a regular, but they remembered me. I'm like, that's fun. And I'm gonna be real honest, I almost considered just like, after the fact, since they did scan the ticket, I almost considered just like getting credit for it, but I decided not to because, you know, I still went on the trip. I still technically paid for it, so I'll let it pass, even though they never scanned my ticket. Technically, we'll just say they did. What scene never forgotten, eh? Yeah, that's for sure. I do wonder at some point, because, yeah, I did, like, eventually move away from that area, stop using that train line, so I wonder if there, like, ever came to a point where, you know, they realized, hey, you know what? There used to be a guy that, like, rode this train, like, a billion times. I'm not seeing him anymore. I wonder what happened to the guy, right? I wonder if they ever wondered that. They're just like, huh, I don't see him anymore. Hope he's doing well. Maybe that's like the last they thought of it. I know I've certainly wondered that about people that, you know, I pass by occasionally a lot and then don't see them anymore. I've always wondered. I've always wondered about them. I just wondered. It's like, huh, you know, I hope they're doing alright. I hope life is treating them well wherever they may be now. You know, or if they are doing the same thing as they usually are, I hope, you know, their routine is still going well. Or at the very least took a turn for the better, at the very least. Same here. Yeah, glad I'm not alone. I know I also brought this up, but there was... Well, like, one of the big things about 3DS was street passing. And when I had the 3DS, I was also living in the big city, so it was, like, really, really cool, because, you know, you just, like, take that 3DS, leave it in sleep mode, just, like, walk through the city, and you'd be swimming in street passes the next time you take that 3DS out. You know, your games would be benefiting from it big time. And there was a period of time where I was like playing Etrian Odyssey 2 Untold. I was like, that had the street pass features in it, and so you know, I would make my daily routine just like in the morning, just open up my 3DS, just start up Street Pass Me Plaza, you know. Go through that, see all the messages there, and then play the games, get all my benefits from my street passing. But there eventually came one, right? Because, like, after you street pass another person, like, enough times you can start sending personalized messages to them. So there was this one guy I, you know, noticed a few times. He actually sent me your personalized message. I was like, hey, are you this one particular player in, Etrian Odyssey 2 Untold? I'm like, yep, that's me, because I played that game a lot. I eventually had like a pretty high level party, so I guess they were like thoroughly impressed by it. So, you know, after a little back and forth, they eventually sent me, was like, wow, you're an RPG champ. And I'm like, yeah, thanks. It's like that kind of thing that almost makes me bummed that the Switch doesn't have some sort of near-field communication feature attached to it. Man, this is like stuff like that happened on the 3DS, just like that sort of incidental thing, right? Between people who might not otherwise cross paths, just making out little mini conversation there, right? For that brief moment, their stories intersected, and they're like, shared a common ground, and that stuff was always fun. Yeah, part of me wishes the Switch, right, as fantastic as a system as it is, had some sort of, like, near-field communication feature attached to it, right? Like, it's a portable thing. It feels like the kind of thing they could have put in, though maybe not, you know, given that to maintain near-field communication would probably require a battery drain, and like knowing how short battery life was already on like OG Switches, an NFC feature would probably just drain it way too much. I mean, that's why like they didn't do anything fancy with the menus either, right? It was all minimalist stuff so that it would take as little power as possible. That way you could, like, you know, focus it all on the games, and, you know, that's kind of the most important part, which I get, but still. Yeah, something to put a smile on your face as you're going about your day, right? It's like when you know, you kind of bump paths with someone, you're like, ah, yeah, you know, we might only like cross paths very, very occasionally, but you know what? You're cool, right? Honestly, that was like one of my favorite things to do, is just like, you know, just I don't know, make a day for someone some way or another. Sometimes it might be just something like, hey, telling someone, hey, your shirt's pretty cool, or hey, your outfit's like pretty cool. Or sometimes I'd be the one in the funny outfit or wearing the funny shirt. That was actually one of my other favorite moments where had something like that last week after the trial on Horizon. One of the teammates messaged me to say GG and how did I drive my C7 Corvette so well. I was like, hey, thank you so much. Yeah, I do enjoy those. It's nice at least, right? Like someone just messages on the side. It's like, hey, you know what? You did great. Thanks for making my day. I think I got that after like a multiplayer match as well. I think it was like playing the Phantom Dust HD game. Got into like a random multiplayer match, played a game. You know, we finished the match, went on with our day, but I noticed later I got a private message that said GG, and I'm like, aw. Yeah, the kind of things where you realize, hey, you know what? I made their day. Makes you feel good, right? It's like you're doing something right in the world. Nice teammate for a change instead of ramming. Yeah, there's that too. Amidst the sea of horrible people, you know, at least some folks are still good. But yeah, that was like one of my other favorite moments of taking a train, because, you know, I was like going to an anime con at a city, and like the fastest way for me to do it was just to like take a train. It was like a day train, so it'd take me a couple hours to get there. I'd go there, get to the city, then meet up with my friends, and then we hang out, walk around the con, and then I just go back home. And of course I would dress up in costume at home because it would be easiest for me to do there, so I wouldn't have to lug around an extra change of clothes. That was like a particularly fun moment because I got to go on the train in a costume. You know, people would you know, come up and ask me, hey, nice costume, what are you around for? I'm like, yeah, I'm here for this particular anime con. I'm like, it's cool. Yeah, they'd go ask, hey, what's that all about? And I'm like, yeah, so people who like anime, we all get together and do lots of anime related things, and that's like pretty rad. I think I even had like someone ask for a picture outside of a con. I'm like, yeah, that's when you know they like it. That was at like a different event, but man, that was still a fun time. That's another thing I like to do, just like go around the local areas dressed in costume, just to like let people know, yeah, it's definitely one of those weekends where people from outside of town have come in and there's a special event going on. I don't know, it's like, you know, not many opportunities you just get to go out dressed in something other than casual clothes. It's like, yeah, you get to go out dressed as a video game / anime character. How often do you get to do that? Not very. Unless, you know, you pick a character who wears a casual outfit to begin with. Nice, that's the highlight right there. It sure was. It was for me, at least. That was actually one of my other favorite parts, where, you know, someone outside asked me for the picture, so I, you know, took my picture with them, and then they asked me, hey, where's your costume from? And I guess they only spoke Spanish, so I tried to kind of communicate with them, but I guess they weren't. They were getting. I guess I wasn't like able to communicate with them well, because I think their kid started trying to translate for them, and so, you know, I told him, right? I was like, yeah, it's from this series, and then, you know, he told the person. I was like, oh yeah, it's from a video game, and then they got it, and they're like, they gave me the smile and the thumbs up. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. But yeah. Man, it's actually been a while since I like went to a con. It's like mostly the world situation that kind of made me worry, and I don't know. Feels like people are still getting sick from cons, so I don't know, but I know some of my friends and folks close to me have been wanting to kind of go to a con, so I might actually do that. Depends on what their plans are. Guess yeah, depending on what they do, I might go along with them. Might be fun. Fingers crossed I can get to Anthrocon next year in Pittsburgh. Ooh. Yeah, that would be the dream, wouldn't it? Yeah. In 2023, still like, even if I do all the proper procedures, if things might, you know, go south. Logistical nightmare, though, I can imagine. You know, you gotta fly to a different country, so you gotta make sure you have all your travel documents in order. And even then, there just might be something happening that could just, like, throw a wrench in all those plans, which would royally suck. The European ones are super easy to get to, I can imagine. Local cons usually aren't too bad, but yeah, it's the ones where you gotta, you know, do lots of travel to get to. Especially across borders, that would, that's where things get hairy. Or at least the ones that are, like, very far away, right? The ones that are across the pond, so to speak. Probably looking at like 500 pounds or so or more. Yeah, there's also the cost factor, because you gotta pay for those tickets. You gotta pay for the travel some way or another. The travel and the lodging. Yeah. Travel, hotel, and con itself, yup. You add all that together. And, you know, it's no surprise people don't take more than a few trips per year. At least if you're not doing it professionally. Then spending money, yup. Also that, especially if you're going to a con. Because, you know, those dealers' rooms and the artist alleys are gonna have something you'll want in there. Gotta set aside a block of cash for that. And you really want to do that, because it's easy to get lost in it and buy everything, last thing you see. Imagine having to be responsible with money. Man. If only we had more of it. Then again, money wouldn't solve every problem. It would solve a lot of stuff, though, right? You know, if I had enough money to cover bills and rent and food, and still have enough left over to kind of comfortably do everything else I want, that would be ideal, but sadly, at least in the US, there are certain folks who seem to want to squeeze more out of us without, you know, income kind of rising to proportionally. Like, I do get raises at my job, but the rate of rent at the place I'm staying at right now, especially this year, has been way more than what I've been getting for my salary increases. So yeah, after this year, I'm gonna have to swap out places I'm staying at, because there's no way I'm going to be able to afford whatever monthly rate they want out of me the next year. Yeah, we'd be rich if we didn't have to pay for utilities. Cost of living is just astronomical now. It's like, yeah. Well, at least the place I'm staying at, utilities are kind of covered in that, but yeah, like I said before, it's just the rate at which rent has been going up for me has been way more than the raises I've been getting, which sucks, right? Because, like, you want that raise so you can spend your money on other things, but no, I gotta put it towards rent because they're trying to squeeze me dry of it. Like, I'm pretty sure my current rent is, like, 50% more than what it was when I first, like, you know, signed on to the place. It's a bit much. It's a bit much. And I was trying to look around this year, right? I was trying to look around for a place where I could, like, potentially go, but every other place that had, like, a lower cost of rent also had a lower room size, which wouldn't do, right? It was, like, about the size of a college dorm, which, you know, might work out for college people, but I kind of need more space for myself, so it didn't work for me. Like every other place I saw that had around as much room as I do now, had around the same cost. So I'm thinking, you know, I might have to start looking out. I might have to start reaching out a bit more. And hopefully my workplace will continue letting me work remote. I've been lucky on that regard. They've been allowing me to stay remote for a very long time. Honestly, it's been like a good long while since I actually stepped foot in the office. But yeah, I'm just real fortunate that I don't have to be... I'm not, like, in a position where they want me to come in a day because that's what they want, right? They're like, yeah, you know, as long... I've definitely maybe flew too close to the sun in that regard, but I have not reached the point where they want me to go back into the office just yet. So I definitely really need to be careful with that at this point, because it's like, yeah, definitely feel like I might be skirting the line there. I need to make sure that they don't feel like they have to bring me back in, is what I will say there. That's why a lot of folk here have to choose between eating and having heat, which absolutely freaking sucks, man. Oh my god, it's like, you know, Papers, Please. Reminds me of Papers, Please, except that's just the cold, hard reality of people. And, yeah, that don't feel great. Like, I've definitely, you know, read plights of other people, too, where they talk about how they have to subsist on, like, you know, cheaper food because, well, they gotta, yeah, put all that towards rent because landlords are squeezing their tenants for every cent they have. Need that lottery win so you can build Azure Manor. Ah, man. Food banks and stuff. Yeah. Thank goodness for them, right? Thank goodness there are some places where you got people philanthropic enough to, you know, give out goods to those who need them, right? And you know, I've come to realize that there's no shame in if you need those as well, right? It's why they're there. If you need a helping hand, then there's facilities out there for you. Then yeah, you know, as long as you truly need them, yeah, go for it, right? Because sometimes you need a leg to stand on, or a shoulder to lean on, and yeah. All of our supermarkets have a place to drop off extra food. Yeah, that's like great. I know I've seen that in some of the supermarkets around here too. They usually have a section where it's like, yeah, you can drop off extra bags here, extra purchases, or they might have like just a box where you can throw in extra groceries. You know, they gotta be sealed and stuff, but yeah, it's a nice thing. Yeah, man. As much as I want a lottery win, right? Because it would be nice. It would be nice to have just like a ton of extra money on hand. I've definitely read stories about people who get ruined, right? Absolutely ruined by their big grand prize lottery win, where it's like, you know what? I'm actually glad. I'm actually fine with not winning a lump sum of money. So I feel like that would be like the kind of thing that would just send my life spiraling, right? Like, even if I were to, you know, do the proper thing, you know, not spend excessively, put all of it into a trust, or whatever, I can only imagine all the people that would just, like, come out of woodwork to go, hey, do you mind lending me a couple tons of money for me? I mean, you got a lot of it, right? Surely you could spare me a few. I don't want to go through that, right? I don't want to go through life having to be paranoid that maybe whoever might want to cozy up to me is after my money and not after me for myself, right? That's why you hear those stories of people who are like, yeah, they went and claimed their winnings anonymously, and everyone in the comments is just like, you know what? They're smart, right? Because they're gonna have fewer people knocking on their door, and the only one who can ruin them is themselves. But, you know, if they're smart enough to go claim the prize anonymously, they're probably smart enough to go stow most of it away in a safe place and just spend a little bit of it. Yeah, friends you haven't seen for years turn up. Hi, friend, I heard you're doing well. Could you see a way to lend me some money to get a new coat? Or, you know, pay for an operation, or get me a new house, or something like that, something real trivial, but it's like, oh, what? You're not going to give me money, you greedy bastard. Ah, this money's changed. You used to be such a nice person. Ugh. Yeah, just, I think it's like the few success stories you see from you know, big lottery winners. It's like, yeah, they went and shoved all their money into investments or an account, or left it as, like, you know, stuff for their immediate family or their kids and their spouses, and just like left a little bit for themselves, or they just went on with their life normally, right? They didn't start going all bougie and stuff. They just went on, right, as if they hadn't won that winnings. And those are the people who usually make it out the best, because, you know, they didn't end up losing anything. But on the other hand, they really didn't change anything. So it's like, well, yes, at the most, at the very worst, they just, you know, they just get to live how they wish. They don't have to do any work or anything like that. Yeah, and to rub it in everyone's faces, there's that TV show, Dream Lottery Homes. Oh, man. That sounds like a pain. I think in the US we had something like Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, which I guess isn't quite the same, because it, like, focuses on celebrities and what have you, but yeah, it's like just like kind of feeds into the people's fascinations of the lifestyles of the rich, I guess. Yeah, look at this person who has this gigantic mansion filled with all these cool things, and this pool in the background, and in the backyard, I should say. But yeah, it's like that's kind of the thing people work towards. But it's a dream that most people reasonably probably wouldn't achieve, because, well, unfortunately, you know, the people who do hold the power are doing everything they can to squeeze even more money out of, you know, a stone, right? I think, what is it, squeezing water out of a stone? Yeah, just trying to get something that really ain't there anymore. But they're going to keep doing it anyway, because plateauing is not a thing for them.
Under the track overpass. Prepare for a
An
heavy
early version of MTV Cribs, yeah. You know, it was one program, I don't know if it like went international, but there was like one that I was actually fascinated with, even if it was only for a moment. It was like the Monster series of shows that was on Discovery Channel, Monster Garage, and then they had like Monster House after that, where they would like take a vehicle or a house and would just like do something wild with it. Like, for example, they might like turn a van into like a garbage pickup thing. So they would add like a hydraulic arm to the side. Or the one I remember with Monster House was like they set up this pneumatic tube system so that they could just like get their mail without ever having to step outside. Right, the mail carrier would just like stick the letters into a capsule, and they could use like the pneumatic tube system to bring the mail inside. That's like the same thing banks use, right? At least the drive-through banks in the U.S. use that, where you can like just put your banking documents in there. They go take care of the stuff, and then they send the capsule back with whatever documentation they need after the fact, and maybe a lollipop if a kid is in there as well. Oh, Monster Garage. I used to watch that with Jesse James. I always remember that extreme hole makeover and the whole move that bus thing. Yeah, those used to be in vogue for a while. Those sorts of shows where, people just randomly come to your house and be like, yeah, we're gonna make over some of it. And it's all gonna be for free. I've actually read that that's actually led to like more conflicts than it doesn't. Which I can totally see the point, right? It's like, yeah, you own that house. You kind of made it in the way you want it to be. You just imagine one day you just like get a call and it's like, yeah, or maybe you're talking with your neighbors. I think it would be funny to go onto that show, but whatever they propose, whatever style change they propose for you, just like completely goes against the vision you had in mind for your house, right? They might think it's like for the better, but it's like it throws you off so much. It's like, oh man. But you're supposed to act all amazed and everything, because that's what the people are looking for. It's like, ah. Yeah, I love to see the ones that are like, what the fuck have you done? Right? It's like, oh my god, this just clashes with the rest of my house. It's supposed to be this nice homely feel, but this is like all bold and vibrant. Or maybe the opposite of that. It's like, oh no, it's not what I want. But you can't make it over because, oh, now it's on TV and everything. And if word gets out that you change it, it's gonna be a whole scandal and everything. Or maybe you do it anyway because screw it, it's my house. And then people will start poking holes in the show, and then maybe the show will... I mean, maybe not the best fate for the show, but hey. Oh yeah, this is a practice session, isn't it? Yeah, we wanted colonial, not modern. Oh, something like that. I guess the ones that would fare slightly better. Actually, I don't know if I've seen a show that would fare slightly better. Maybe if they were like making a house wholesale for just like a family that's never had a proper house before, that would be different. But I guess the only show type I remember from there is like where they would have a house, they would move the people out for a while and they would get like other folks in to remake it. I don't know, like 24 hours or whatever. And yeah. I don't know. Yeah, that would be the one where, someone might be dissatisfied with the change, but they can't express that dissatisfaction. So many makeover shows on Discovery. man, I remember Discovery being a lot more about like the scientific shows, right? I wonder if it had to do something like Mythbusters kind of taking off the way it did. But even with that show being more about the spectacle, there's still like some semblance of sciencing they did, even if it was like very much Hollywood kind of science. But yeah, Discovery being makeover in reality. Kind of reminds me of TLC. I remember TLC. Remember when TLC used to be called The Learning Channel? This was like long ago, but yeah. But yeah, the transformation from TLC going from, quasi-educational programming to just being another reality show repository was a bit of a shame. Yeah, that and reality shows. Far too many of those. Aussie Gold Hunters and all that. I'm guessing Deadliest Catch probably has something to do with that too. That was on Discovery, right? Because, yeah, it was kind of like the first of its kind of, yeah, we're gonna, showcase this job that you might not see on camera all the time. In that case, it was like, Alaskan crab fishers, I think. But yeah, then they went on to showcase like snow environment drivers, and then loggers and things like that. It's like it was fun at first, but it starts kind of losing its meaning after a while. Yeah, Botched, My 600-Pound Life, Dr. Pimple Popper, all on TLC. Ice Road Truckers, right, yeah. There was like this one really old program when I was young that I really enjoyed. It was on TLC. It was this show called How'd They Do That? It was kind of like the predecessor to How It's Made, where they would like present a bunch of questions, right? And it would be like something like, oh yeah, there was this cool stunt, right? Cool movie stunt. Or, like maybe these guys went to go document a volcano and check out its activity. How'd they do that, right? And then they'd spend a while just like focusing on it. And that was like pretty cool, right? You guys got to see the inner workings of a thing. I love How It's Made. Yeah, me too, right? It's like, it's like the perfect program to kind of put on when you're hanging out with your relatives. It's like, you're just like channel surfing, you see that come on. It's like, makes for a good conversation starter, right? I think the best part about How It's Made is just like a very wide reaching question, and you can use it to cover just about anything, right? It's like a typical episode. It's like, yeah, today on How It's Made, fruitcake, sliding doors, radars, and electric rice cookers, and it would all fit together. It's just like, yeah, just these things that maybe you might all have that sort of scratch in the back of the head. Just maybe even you didn't, but it's just fun to see how they put it together. Like, right, all the stuff that they have to use, or all the ingredients that just like they put together to make the thing that you see in the store that you use, or you eat and enjoy, or that just like maybe you don't give a second thought to, but someone has to. It's just kind of neat to see how it comes together. I like the How It's Made Dream Car series. Ooh, that sounds like fun. Yeah, the way they just like open up with a short history of whatever they're covering. It's like, oh yeah, this product was like invented in so and so, and it was originally used for so and so. Nowadays, it's made out of so and so and used for so and so. Lambo factory and stuff. It's gotta be like super fun. Oh man, I think maybe my favorite part of that was, I was visiting some relatives, and we were winding down for the day, and we just like decided to fire up How It's Made, because it was at least interesting for a good amount of the folks. And I remember my nephew just like coming out, he just like kind of just like plopped himself down in front of it. He just like actually got real entranced by it. It was like, whoa, what is this? And I told him, it was like, it's how it's made. And right now they're showing us how, like, sliding doors are made. And he was like, oh, that's so cool. Just imagine for that kid, just like seeing all of the machinery, just like putting these things together. It's like, oh man, gotta be like the coolest thing ever. I know kid me would have been excited for that because, you know, I got super into how they do that. So if I were like kid me saw how it's made, I would be like searching for them episodes on YouTube. Yeah, all the top super and hyper cars, that's gotta be real exciting. I want to seek that out, just see what else they did apart from Lambos. Probably like covered Ferraris as well, imagine. Or maybe they did like different countries' cars. So like cover another country's cars. You know, branch out from Italy. Yeah. Oh, and now with Discovery Plus, you can binge watch the series. That sounds awesome. You know what the weird thing is? Despite streaming video services kind of really hitting its stride now, I think the only one I like really super still have a regular subscription to is like Crunchyroll. That's only because I like got it before, you know, the whole streaming service boom. I mean, I still watch anime on Crunchyroll because there's at least like one series that usually catches my interest. I do have to admit, you know, before I kind of started regularly watching video game streamers, I did watch a lot more anime, but nowadays it's like maybe one or two series that really catch my eye now. Yeah, then you got, you know, even after say Netflix kind of started going whole ham into the whole streaming thing, you had like, you know, a bazillion other streaming services popped up. I never subscribed to them. I don't know why. I think it's like mostly because, you know, the stuff I was already watching on, say, YouTube and Giant Bomb already satisfied my kind of, you know, internet media consumption, so I didn't feel a need to branch out from there. Didn't need to branch too far past Crunchyroll. Netflix is getting a bit much each month now. Yeah, I noticed. They've had, like, regular price increases for their subscriptions. They've also, like, kind of closed a couple other things. So, yeah, I remember password sharing used to be a big deal. Like, even my family would talk about that, how, yeah, they would share an account between siblings and cousins. But they can't do that anymore because, guess Netflix don't like that. Which sucks. It's like, man, they're really trying to squeeze blood from that stone. It's like the one thing people got used to, and it's like, what, you can't do that anymore? What the heck? It's just gonna lead to people canceling. Yeah, I'm thinking of canceling it. It's like, well, if they're just gonna make it that much harder to watch videos on their service, well, why am I bothering? Which is a bit of a shame, because there are a couple of series on Netflix that I would get to, but, you know, just... There's a reason why people call it Netflix jail. It's like series like Little Witch Academia and the Gretzko that I might get Netflix subscription for, but I haven't. I think the original reason why I got annoyed with it is because even with the anime series, they did their batch release thing. Because I know that's like their whole thing. Netflix always just releases entire seasons at once. Yeah, right. They'll like drop the whole ass 13 episodes on you, because that's what they want you to do. They want you to binge watch, which kind of sucks for anime, because we're used to having an episode come out every week and then we talk about it, but we can't do that anymore because we gotta wait till the end of the season. And then we watch it all and then we discuss it for like a couple weeks, and well, that's that. Shrug. And I got super annoyed by that. And you know what made that doubly annoying? I think there was like that one particular anime series where they did do a weekly release schedule for everywhere except the United States. I think it was like Violet Evergarden, where, you know, the rest of the world's like, yeah, we'll release an episode per week, except for you, US. You gotta wait till the end of season, because, screw you. Which I guess is the opposite of how usually things go, but still sucks nonetheless. I will miss my bastard heavy metal dark fantasy anime series. Didn't that, like, come out with, a new season, like, not too long ago? Or am I thinking of something else? I don't know. There have been quite a few series that have been getting, like, either a reboot or reimagining or just, like, a new season after so long in dormancy. Granted, some of these are, like, pretty old now, but yeah, it's like, oh, wait, Fruits Basket? What? New season of Berserk? Huh? The Devil's a part-timer? Getting a season 2 finally? What? Just shocks the pants off everyone. That and Record of Ragnarok. I know for me, it was like, what? Non-Beery? Is the Order a Rabbit? Both getting to season 3? What? You know, it would be absolutely shocking now. If, was it... this one old series that I was, like, really enjoying, and my sister also enjoyed it. It was called Monthly Girls Nazaki-kun, or I guess in Japanese it would be like Gekkan Shoujo Nazaki-kun. Guess it's a fairly long-running manga series at this point, but it only had like one anime season way back in 2014, and well, it's like, you know, 9 years later now. People are still holding out hope that maybe, just maybe, we'll see a new season. I mean, they've definitely got enough material for it. And, you know, the season they did make was actually like a really good adaptation and very funny. So, it's a bit shocking that they didn't do a season 2. I'll say that much. I mean, honestly, it was like good enough that, you know, you go out to a con and you'll see at least like one booth, like, you know, carry merch for that series. I know I was like pretty excited when I saw that one booth carry Nazaki-kun merch. I was like, yes, because I know my sister's super into it, and one thing I like to do when I was still visiting like anime cons was just to grab something just grab a little gift for my siblings each time I went there. So one year where they had Nazaki-kun merch, I was like, yes! I managed to get something for her, and she was like pretty pleased with it. So I'm like happy for that. The Castlevania one seemed to just drop off the radar. I do remember when the Castlevania anime first came out, people were like raving over it, and so they were like pretty excited when, you know, we got the further seasons coming out. But yeah, I did hear what the latest season came out a couple months back, but you know, apart from that, I guess doesn't have quite the same buzz. Maybe it's because, like, you know, Castlevania anime is good as a known quantity, whereas, you know, before, people were like uncertain about it for a multitude of reasons, you know, being a Netflix original, being an adaptation of an old property. And if I remember correctly, it was like more, I forget, but it's like, you know, anime, some people who were like, you know, questioning if you could actually call it an anime, I'll say that much. But yeah, then, you know, it came out and people were like, whoa, this is actually pretty cool. But, you know, after that, it's just like each subsequent season comes out, and you're already expecting it to be good, so maybe that sort of novelty has worn off. You know, even if it does continue being the same level of quality, certainly less of that wow factor, I guess. Had a good start and then kind of just fizzled out. Yeah, there's that too. If it starts dropping, which is kind of the worst case scenario. It's like, oh man, it was going so well. Oh, there was that one series that was like that. I can't remember its name at the moment, right? It's like the first season was like phenomenal. people were just absolutely enjoying it because it was like this cool sort of setup and everything. And then season 2 came out and it just dropped the ball so hard, and people were like, oh no. You know, the way they adapted the manga made it even worse. They rushed it too much, and then the ending they tacked on just made absolutely no sense and squandered whatever sort of goodwill the first season might have built up. It's like, oh man. Sucks when they don't quite stick the landing. Threw lots of action at the start, and then it turned into a real slow burn. Yeah, I gotta hate it when it's front-loaded, where it's like first half is just like all shonen all the time, and then the last half just turns into all talky all the time. A lot of introspection and all that stuff. You know, it's fine in bursts, but when you're kind of coming in expecting cool scenes, it's definitely jarring. There was actually one series I think actually translated pretty well to an anime format. It was called Yamada-kun and the Seven Witches. It was like this series that kind of started out with you know, the high school kids realizing, oh my god, we can swap bodies. And so it eventually uncovers this sort of magical conspiracy going on where they have like different people with different sets of magical abilities. And the manga actually, like, you know, kind of had like a second series. It was like under the same title, but they sort of had like a second arc after the first. But the anime, where they ended, right? They ended like at the first arc and they concluded it there. Didn't have any subsequent seasons after that, but the way it ended, it pretty much ended at a good spot, right? If all you did was like watch the Yamada-kun and the Seven Witches anime, you would have a complete experience, right? Even if you didn't see the future, it was a complete story from beginning to end. So yeah, I can give them props to that, right? It's like they didn't need to do anything else. They just like, you know, where they ended it, it was a good spot, right? You just say, yeah, that's where it was, yeah, all tied up in a neat bow. You gotta enjoy that, right? There's another series, I think it was like anime original, called A Place Further Than the Universe, which is also just like, you know, told a complete story from in their one season. You know, 12 to 13 episodes. They said what needed to be said, and yeah, they wrapped it up, and that's pretty cool. I actually remember that like being one of the things people liked about anime, right? That was like one of the things people always say was an advantage of anime. Excuse me. People would say that was an advantage of anime when I was a kid, right? It wraps up and it ends, right? Like, you know, you watch a complete season, you know, 13, 26 episodes. You go to the final episode, credits roll, story over, and you feel like you've watched everything, right? It's not like those Western shows where they keep tacking on more episodes because of the greedy execs who just want to wrest control from the creatives who just want to tell a complete story. But nowadays, I feel like even anime's kind of fallen into that trap where it's like, you know, you get the first season where, you know, they might resolve an arc, but they always leave in that hook. Or, you know, if it's an adaptation of a manga or a light novel or whatever, you know there's going to be more they can adapt. But it's like, well, sometimes they do that and sometimes they don't, right? You can always appreciate those series that always try to kind of tie it up in some way or another, but you know, there are others that very deliberately leave cliffhangers and stuff, and then sometimes they never get that continuation. It's like, well, that's how it be. Yeah, nothing worse than being left on a cliffhanger than no second series. Definitely watch a series that kind of went that route, for sure. Or, you know, the ones that have like a whole complete manga series, but the anime never gets there. One reason that I liked older animes, the ones that were film length, it's all wrapped up and you're good to go. Yeah, the OVAs. It was always great when they managed to, you know, translate the most important bits to OVA format.
A ton more grip, which should give you the opportunity to really push the car out there.
But yeah, You know, it's like you watch like, you know, whatever Gundam series, or you go watch Outlaw Star, or watch one of those older animes. Get yourself a complete story from beginning to end, and that used to be a big deal. It used to be the one thing people would always say was the big advantage of anime. You get a complete story. And nowadays, it's like, you might not get that. Sure, there are, still some series that will give you that complete story. At the very least, try to tell you an arc, even if they do leave a couple hooks for a sequel series in the end. But most of the time, it's like, yeah, well, just wait a couple of months and see if they bring out a new one. Appleseed, Angel Cop, yeah. Probably a couple others you can put on there. Cyber City 080808, AD Police. Yeah. Guess for me, like the particular series I was always drawn to were like usually along the realms of like slice of life / comedy. I guess it was because, my day-to-day are usually pretty busy, pretty stressful, so when you get home you just want to have yourself a good laugh or a good relaxation, and this is usually a good way to do it. Watch a bunch of animated characters get into antics. Had a lot of those manga VHS tapes growing up. Yeah, back when that was the best way to get into all those series that you might not see. Just to go into your local video store and see if they managed to grab any of those tapes with those series on them. Yep. Tenchi Muyo and Tenchi Universe. I remember that being on Toonami in the US. That used to be like one of their tentpole series alongside Dragon Ball and Sailor Moon on Toonami, I forget. It was definitely Gundam and the Outlaw Star. Fell in love with Outlaw Star. I know a lot of people did. I mean, I can definitely see how they would do that, right? Jazzy as hell intro, and the story, the way the story ended, right? Probably not a fan out there who won't tell you bang, right? You say bang, and they're like, heh, you got me right in the feels right there. Oh, wait, sorry, that was Cowboy Bebop where that was a thing, not Outlaw Star. Outlaw Star was something different. Sorry. I got those mixed up, right? I forgot. Yeah. Soundtrack was good, yep. Yeah, it was Cowboy Bebop that had bang. That was actually like a running joke at one of the college clubs I was at, because I guess one of the club mates there, they would always watch Cowboy Bebop. For some reason, they always missed the final episode. And for me, whenever I watch Cowboy Bebop, it would always seem to be on the final episode. So the joke among us was that, between the two of us, we watched the entirety of Cowboy Bebop. It was like pretty funny. Man, now I think about my old clubs, it's just got me swinging back to, boy, I wonder how they're doing. I hope they're doing alright. Hope wherever their path has taken them, they're kicking butt, or at the very least, doing alright. Yeah, there would be like the occasional moment where I would just have that sort of pang of nostalgia, and I'd just like go to the old websites and groups that we used to frequent and just like see if anything's different happened there. Sometimes it has, sometimes it hasn't. Sometimes you'll see like completely different faces there. I mean, I imagine at this point out there'll probably be nothing but new faces, but yeah, it's just like, yeah, those were the days. Really got into it all when I caught Legend of the Four Kings one night by accident. Was channel surfing and started watching, and I was hooked. Was that your introduction to the anime? Yeah, I'm sure everyone probably has a vague idea of what that was. Yeah. Certainly that point where it's like, ooh, hey, don't think I've ever seen this style before, but wow, this it's really cool. And this plot is like nothing I've ever seen before. Maybe this style, these characters, is nothing I've ever seen before. And you just like, you know, just fall down that rabbit hole. Yeah, it was. That got me getting Acura. Ooh, nice. I remember loving how the animation and how detailed it was. Ah, yeah. Right, and the kinds of stories they tell that you might not see in like domestic media as well. It's like, yeah, you know, you could probably imagine there probably wasn't like a show in your neck of the woods that dealt with, you know, superpowered human beings or, you know, mutated monstrosities or things like that. Yeah, I used to like Hanna-Barbera and stuff. You know, that was like a completely different deal because, you know, Hanna-Barbera was more about slapstick and goofy times, whereas these shows were like, you know, they were like cool and serious and much different from what you're normally used to. It also got like that sort of rebel center in the brain ticking. It's like, haha, I'm not like all these other folks. I like the cool stuff. I like this anime. At least it did for me. I have to say, looking back, I would have to say my introduction to anime was like either Toonami or the Pokemon TV show. I can't quite determine which one it was. It was either because we got really into Pokemon and then learned of a Pokemon show. You know, we started watching that on TV. Or since we were also regular watchers of Cartoon Network, when they started their Toonami programming block, just introduced a whole completely different medium. And that also got us down the rabbit hole. Yeah, the months and months I spent watching DBZ on Cartoon Network and later Toonami. Fox Kids Jetix had some good ones. Yeah. Yeah, they had the Digimon show. I can't remember what else, but, you know, they probably had other shows as well. Shaman King? One Piece? Monster Rancher? Yeah. Card Captor? Yeah. Digimon? Yep, I remember Digimon. That was like a big thing back when I was a kid. You know, I actually had like a friend who got into Card Captor Sakura. Right. It's like, I know the base series itself is a shoujo manga, you know, very much styled like that, but the international release, they tried to coolify it up. They tried to make, was it the guy like a co-protagonist along with Sakura, and actually got like one of my friends into it. So I guess they succeeded in some manner. Sailor Moon, that was my introduction to Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah. It's like, hey, I guess it was because also like the onset of the trading card game phase because Pokemon TCG,
Total time penalty is about a second.
which also got people into maybe either Magic or you had the Yu-Gi-Oh anime, which was a trading card game anime. Which got people into the real life version of Yu-Gi-Oh maybe. Had to keep watching to see that handsome Pegasus. Yeah, I can see that. Guy's a dashing fella. Yeah, Yugi boy. that was that dub line they put in. Just became iconic, I guess, in a way. Of course, that series was its own springboard. I think we also went over this, but at the time, I actually liked Digimon better than Pokemon. I could see that. It's like it, especially the first series, which kind of like its own thing. Where it's like, this ain't just like Pokemon where people go out on an adventure. These are like kids who got transported to another world and they gotta survive while trying to find a way back. Just like it's like, before isekai kind of took off and became a thing. You had the old shows where, that they were pretty much like in the vein of isekai, but unlike those series where people are like fine with the new world, these guys are like, nah, we gotta get back to our old world, and they gotta travel through this new world while trying to find a way back home. It's just that this one included companion monsters to go with it, and they could evolve into bigger, more badass companion monsters, which was pretty cool. And you had certain seasons where they might actually get like, real crazy and weird. I mean, it's not like Pokemon doesn't get real crazy and weird sometimes, but most of the time it's like traveling the world kind of series where the protags meet the Pokemon of the week, and then they might go battle Team Rocket or a gym leader, and then they move on with their journey. But I think Digimon proper was always building up to that sort of big foe at the end of this particular series. I remember, which one was it? Digimon Frontier, where that was like more Sentai-like, where they had the kids transforming into Digimon. I remember that one getting like kind of nuts because it was like, while there were like 5 kids at the start, by the end of that series, like only 2 of them actually mattered because they were the ones getting all of the next tier power-ups and could keep up with the bad guys who were getting stronger all the time also. I think that was like a thing people poked fun at in those kinds of shows where, it might start off as like a whole team thing, but maybe after a while, only the protagonist was able to keep up with the power-ups and everyone else was turned into cheerleaders. Which kind of blew, right? If your favorite character was not the leader. Totally forgot Mega Man NT Warrior was on Jetix. I think I was on Kids WB in the US, but yeah, I remember that show. I think I was especially into it because I played Mega Man Battle Network, and that game was pretty rad, so I was like, oh man, they made a whole anime out of it. That's cool. And I know that anime, like, super diverged from its home series in ways. Like, we didn't even get the whole of it here, right? We didn't get, like, the entirety of the NT Warrior series. We got, like, the first few seasons, but they never bothered localizing the rest of it. I think there was actually a period of time where they were, like, on YouTube, right? They had it subbed on YouTube for a while. I don't think it's on there anymore, but I wish I'd gone to see it. Ah, well. Maybe if they bring out, like, a box DVD set or something. Or maybe it's, like, on a streaming service somewhere. Who knows? Way back when they had Crayon Shin-chan 2, which is just hilarious. Yeah, anime brand of comedy was always crazy and different. Right, even if it relied on slapstick, it was like a different kind of slapstick. You know, some people might vibe with it better than others, which is pretty cool and all. Oh yeah, Hamtaro. If I remember correctly, that was like... It was on Cartoon Network, I remember correctly, in the US anyway. Like, I don't remember if it was specifically part of the Toonami block or not, but yeah. I think they did localize that for a while. I think there was like a period of time where Disney was actually like putting in an effort to localize some of the more popular series in Japan. Like, I know Doraemon like actually had a dub going for a while. They were getting like some prominent anime VAs to, you know, voice those roles, but I guess it didn't quite do as well as they'd hoped. So I don't remember hearing about it anymore. And what was that one Mon's Collection series that was also popular in Japan but not so much here? Yokai Watch, I think. Yeah, I remember they tried to put a push there to try to, you know, give the anime a proper dub and everything, but kind of fell off. Like, I remember for a period of time I would, like, you know, go into the game stores and in the clearance section would be a whole bunch of Yokai Watch stuff, and like, man, they really tried, didn't they? They were trying to sort of capture that magic that they had in Japan, but didn't quite pan out. Did you ever get that Manga Mania magazine there? Don't think I've ever heard of that. Was that like a magazine that was in Japan, or is that like a overseas publication? What we did get in the US for a while was Shonen Jump. I remember when they actually had monthly releases for that. They translated those and you know, brought those over. I remember my sister like subscribing to it, right? She was like really excited because, you know, in Japan that was like, I think that was like a weekly thing, so it was like pretty cool that they were bringing it over, right? They were translating all this manga and bringing it over to the US, and, you know, got a ton of those volumes. I don't know where they are now. Hopefully they're still around, or at the very least donated to a good cause.
Total time
We had it here all anime, 93 to 2000. No, I'll maybe look that up, see what that's all about. Yeah. I think there was actually for a period of time where they actually tried like bringing over Shoujo Beat as well. I think was kind of like you know, the Shoujo equivalent of Shonen Jump, but I don't think that lasted as long. I forget when the last US Shonen Jump came out. Because they obviously don't put those out anymore. Like nobody gets print releases and stuff. Ah. Thanks for the link. I'll give that a look-see after stream.
P1.
Hey, look at that. 1 tour in career mode done. You know, when you're talking about stuff, things just fly by just like that. Yeah. Really? So they just hand us a car like that? Open class tour has been unlocked. And we get car parts as well. Alright, well, why don't we get to the next series? I mean, there is that series at the end. So I guess that's just like a bonus round. This Modern Reward Showcase, just to get a chance to see what the car you want is all about. Le Mans. I don't like how race length is just a clock on it. You know, I was going to do this, but now I'm not so sure. They don't even give you a number of laps, it's just a clock. Alright, we're going to this one. Track Specials. Next event, Silverstone National. Good old Mercedes-Benz logo. Or, if you're a Persona enthusiast, the Gyakukan High School uniform logo. Ah, look, there's the other one. Was it Yasogami BMW? It's actually funny how... I think they just outright said, yeah, the Persona 3 to 5, all the high school logos were pretty much the car logos. We just put them on there because... Hey, that's cool, right? Ooh, Mercedes 190 and that Ford Sierra R500. Ah, look at those prices too. Oh my god, I'm gonna have some extra cash left over so I can do that featured series. But which one of these do I want? I want this Mercedes-Benz, or should I go for a Ford? Again, this is gonna be picking out which car I think looks the coolest. Yeah, they all look pretty similar, actually. That Alpine has a mid V6. This one. The Le Mans. Yeah. You know what? All these cars are like pretty cheap. Well, let's go with that. Wait, what's the difference? Oh, okay, I see. So this one has like a black roof, and the other one has a blue roof. Yeah, well, let's go with this. I'd so have that IRL. I mean, it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool looking car. All those cars look pretty cool. Definitely would have spent. Probably would have spent a while. Okay, so this one doesn't have a length either. I mean, all these races have been short, so I have to assume this one won't be any different. Alright, we'll just equip some parts. Let us continue. Okay, race length 6 laps, okay. So I'm guessing the bar would have been longer if the race was going to be longer. So maybe that Le Mans circuit would have been like, you know, still taking up like 2 minutes, like, or what, you know, amount of time a short race would have taken usually. Oh man, that would be the worry if later tours have longer races.
Go into complete resurfacing and reprofiling, changing the camber of some corners.
This Drivers' Cup was already projected to take a while to get through, but if the later tours are going to have longer races, this might be even longer than I thought. I mean, it would have been fine because, you know, I do enjoy these games, but I have to admit, never mind, I forgot where I was going to go with that. Huh? Did you hear about that bullshittery that Horizon 5 is bringing in? I don't think I have read about that. I know the current series is about to end very soon. We're about to roll over to the next series. Now you made me worried. Man, they were kind of hitting it out of the park for a while there. And it would be a bit of a shame if they dropped the ball. Microtransactions, oh no. Wait, are they bringing back, like, car tokens and stuff? Because they didn't have that in 5 for, like, the longest time. Like, I remember them having that in, what, 3? And even? Yup. Oh, man. That's a shame. I don't even know what I would introduce it at this point, because I figured, you know, everyone who's still playing it now probably has all the cars and more money than they know what to do with, so it's weird that they would be adding that kind of stuff now. Yeah, it's like tokens, but only for auto show and nothing rare. It would be like one thing if you could trade them in. It's like, hey, here's a car that you might not normally be able to get. You know, it would still suck, but there'd be a reason for it, but I mean, it sucks either way, but to introduce it this late seems baffling. Like, you know, that people will probably already moved on to motorsport. Why now? Seems like the kind of thing you would introduce like maybe a few months after release, not 2 years out. I was mad enough about that new car pack. Yeah, I was surprised about that too. Like, man, why have paid car packs? It's like, again, the lack of content would mean you're just getting the cars for getting the cars, and it's like, well, what are you gonna use them on? Just gonna have them for the sake of having them. Unless they're like, you know, meta in some way. But I imagine, well, I can't really say one way or another, because I don't know if they are or not, but yeah, there's also that. You know, if you pay for the deluxe edition, you kind of hope it's like a complete package. And it just sucks if you get this like extra car pack coming out, even if it is, you know, comparably cheap. It just feels like, man, you could have added that as a post-launch update or something. Didn't have to make it a paid car pack. Yeah, I get it. I get that frustration. Honestly, it did feel like they were doing some good stuff there. They added in the you know, the creator's island, the completely flat plane of stuff, right? A completely flat plane for you to build your own event lab events on, and what's come out of there is like pretty cool. And that was free. And then, you know, the monthly stuff they had, like, you know, for a while there was actually pretty inspired. Like, was it that Creators Month had the weekly treasure hunts, just like the obstacle courses they placed in the world, at least for 3 weeks, and that was like pretty neat, right? Because you knew where to. It was like a nice twist on the treasure hunt thing, where normally you would have to figure out what the task was and then go hunt for the chest, but now it's like the whole task is finding out where the obstacle course is and then navigating that obstacle course to reach the chest, because it's not just a hey, find it and then run into it anymore like it used to be. I doubt I'll be playing Forza Horizon 6. Oh. Yeah, I can understand if you just want to tap out from there. The update itself is good. Yeah, it's like the stuff that's around it. It's like even if they do introduce cool cars, new assets, new events, whatever, it's like, you know, you bring in this other stuff and it doesn't. You're like, ah, man. One step forward, 2 steps back, right? That's how they would put it. It was something new and fresh, not rinse and repeat. Yeah, that's what I liked about it. Like, part of me is perhaps a little bummed that, you know, they made this all weekly live service stuff. Like, I wish there were like some way to kind of, you know, visit it after the fact. Like, you know, I wish Forza Anniversary stages were still around, you know? Or, you know, that you could like toggle stadium between ice rink and summer fun park and oval, but they can't do that. Yes, bit of a shame. Yeah, I'm guessing this motorsport is probably what we'll be seeing for a while. We'll see regular updates to this. Yeah. I know you said there was like a track coming up. I hope they do continue with that. And you know, the way they've set up the career menus, you could definitely see a point where they, you know, add more cups. You know, whether it be like a expansion or just a post-launch update where they add more cups and more tours. Even the Overland stuff was pretty fun. I heard 2.0 is coming. Really? That'll be interesting. But yeah, the way the career menu is set up, you can see how they could, like, you know, slot in a new career for you to go through, one way or another. Builder's Cup is just like a preview of things to come. Though I have to admit, I do miss the presentation they had from even Forza Motorsport 7. I know they showed all the events like kind of like a trophy wall. Here it's just like, you know, big square menus all the time. It's like, man, it's like almost a bummer how feels like every modern video game menu has become a big grid of icons and stuff. All feels samey after a while. And to think they said it was built from the ground up. I need to get around them. Ah, man. Not fast enough. There we go. I think I can overtake them. To at least stay out of my way. There we go. Nice blue. Thanks. It's real good. Little behind the scenes. I do have like just Streamlabs open on one of the windows, just to maybe give myself a approximation of what the stream might be looking like. It also lets me keep an eye on what my model is doing, so if I see it's like getting stuck, I'll usually try to shake myself up and maybe try to sit upright again so that I don't look like I'm just like perpetually frozen in one spot the whole time. Because I know that might look weird if my mouth is moving, but none of the rest of me is. So I try to make sure at least, like, you know, visible. At least the phone has line of sight with me so that it catches my stuff. It's all been nice and clear thus far. That's good. That's good to hear. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Just look over and see, oh, hey, look, it's blinking. Same time I'm blinking. Also, mouth is moving. Same time I'm speaking. Oh man, technology, it's a crazy, crazy, wonderful thing. Would you import your avatar to VR chat? Well, it is a like pretty simple Vroid model, so I imagine there's probably a way to do it. I imagine it would take some steps to do so, but yeah, I could do that. Yeah, I don't think I did like anything too out of the way. Like even, you know, some parts where I did what you might consider like custom, were, you know, just like what they would have, like, you know, blank canvas parts that would just like paint it all over with a solid color, and then that'd be the extent of it. Because exporting the model as a Vroid file isn't too bad, and then getting it into VC Face is pretty easy too. And I have to admit, I did read up on, like, you know, how you would like move such a model to VR chat, and it does require a few extra steps, but otherwise, you know, it's nothing too big. So, yeah, I could do that. It might be fun to do so. I imagine people have done that already, just like, you know, hash out the kind of character they want to have as their appearance in VR chat, and then use that. Still remember your PNG avatar. Fun fact, that was also in Vroid. I just like posed the model, took a picture, and then just used that for a while. And eventually I was like, I want to make it move now, so I just was looking into, hey, how do I get this model out and use it? And then I discovered this other program that would let me, you know, just quick export the model into it, and then just like use this as that sort of VTuber avatar. And it's been working pretty well. I had to admit, I was also considering like doing one of those reactive images where, you know, the pose would change, so it would have like a speaking frame and then like a non-speaking frame. That might have been pretty cool. And I still see people on Twitch do that, right? It's like, you know, they might have their PNG tuber, and you know what? That's like pretty cool, right? Because some of them have some cool ideas. Yeah, Like when they speak, you'll see like their characters' mouths like open up, or they'll go into that speaking state. Seen a lot of those on YouTube. Yeah, I can imagine they're on YouTube as well. Yeah, I've seen a couple of indie VTubers start up on YouTube. You can see the advantages in there because, you know, YouTube just like archives everything automatically, and they also like promote streams on occasion as well. So, you know, I guess the word of advice is always just like, you know, pick one platform and then stick with that, which is why I'm here on Twitch, because I started on Twitch, so I'll just continue using Twitch. I mean, it is like more streamer-friendly platform as well. You know, despite Twitch having its own sorts of issues. I guess it's just like, you know, you weigh the advantages and disadvantages of the platforms, and then you just determine which one to have. I think the common advice I've always seen is like, if you want to kind of do the streaming thing, stream on Twitch, archive on YouTube, and that's kind of like the thing I'm doing. So, you know, do my I do my streams on Twitch, then I just like download the videos and then re-upload them on YouTube. I think it's working all right. I'd admit, I'm not doing it like out of any sorts of discoverability thing. I'm just kind of doing it as a archival record, just to say, hey, I was here. You know, maybe someone sometime down the line will see him and be like, hey, this person did a thing. Good way to save them to watch whenever you want. Yeah, kind of fun too, just like go through the old ones and see what things are like. See how you were like back in the day. Yeah, and I do notice that I do get views on them. It's weird. I never expected to like actually get them, but yeah, some of the VODs I've uploaded to YouTube actually get like double-digit views, and I'm just surprised that they get any at all. Like some of them even get likes. I'm like, wow, really? Some people are cool with it. But you know what? That's cool, right? For my expectations, which was like, you know, didn't expect anything from it. Hey, you know what? People are watching them. It's cool, right? I do that with my friend's Forza stream so I can see races from his point of view. We'll convoy up for the playlist, and it's fun to see the shenanigans. Ah, that's the fun part. Where you get like the one particular event, but multiple people are streaming their points of view, so, you know, just watch them all together and just see what everyone else was seeing and what their train of thought might have been, or what the people in their chats were talking about, or what they were thinking. It's just funny because, you know, you might see like part of the story, and then you see like the other side of the story. You kind of get to see the whole picture after the fact, and I don't know, it's just like that kind of fun. I think it's especially fun for like games that might have like a versus component to it, like you know, FPS games, or battle royale games, or maybe like even Among Us. Among Us especially, I think, would benefit from that. You get to see it from the perspectives of the imposter and the crewmates. So you can see the crewmates try to figure out who are the imposters, and you see the imposters try to figure out how to kill all the crewmates, or kill enough of them so that they can win the game, while throwing suspicion off themselves and make other people suspicious. In race, it's hard to see something that's happened, so to go back and see it from other angles is good. Yeah! Exactly that. Just a different view of things. You get the bigger picture. Just get to see how it plays out from everyone else. Or, you know, if someone tries to call you out on something, you could be like, ah, did that really look like that from that other angle? And then you can go look at the other angle and be like, oh yeah, I guess it could be seen like that. Or it's like, nah, no, there's no way you could see it like that. It's like, you know, video proof or damning evidence, one way or another. Yeah, it's honestly I've seen a lot of content creators do. They usually split their channels up. It's like they have their main channel for their featured videos, and then they have the clips channel where they have the shorter videos, and then they have the VODs channel where they store all the just the straight up archives of their streams. And that's if they, you know, stream on Twitch and not on YouTube, where everything will probably be in one place to begin with. I think it's like because of the way the algorithm works. It's like, you know, if your channel only does shorts, then it's more likely to get noticed that way. So you want to put your shorts in a separate channel. And then long-form videos go in another channel because that has its own algorithm. And yeah, it's weird sometimes. Makes it easier if they have the playlist sorted so that you're not scrolling forever. Yeah, it is nice when you get someone, when you find someone that does put in the effort to kind of, you know, organize your channel, make it easier for maybe a person who wants to go through a backlog to go and watch everything. I know at least that's what I do for my VODs. I have them, like, you know, sorted by playthroughs, and then on the main page I do have it. I have the playlist kind of separated into categories there too. You know, if nothing else, some person far in the future just stumbles upon that channel in the future and goes, ah, this person was really organized, and I can at least take solace knowing someone might say that. Organized and up to date. I guess it's like helps keep you active too, right? It's like something you keep track of. It's like a little thing that can get you maybe a small W for that day. Can at least go, you know what? Even if the rest of the day just blew chunks, at least my YouTube channel is all tidied up. Oh, practice is done. All right, we'll go wrap that up. I wish they had like more of an audible signal, right? Even if it's just like a voice line that's like, all right, you got the required number of laps in. Feel free to pull in or just drive some more. I think they did that at the beginning, but then they kind of fell off. I just need like some sort of very distinctive audible indicator at least. I feel like this game being all about the subtle sounds, and why is the projected finish so much worse here? Holy cow, did I mess up that badly? Good lord. Been so long since I uploaded anything. Yeah, that's kind of like the other side of it. It's like the first time you kind of fall off schedule. I don't know, for some reason that just starts a whole backslide. I know I've been there before, where, you know, I will regularly keep up a routine, but the first time I kind of missed that routine, I don't know, it just kind of hits you, where it's like, yeah, some reason you just, at least for me, it feels like I just fall behind further and further. At which point, I don't know, something about getting back into the groove just feels weird, so I just put it off, and I keep putting it off until I stop putting it off. But that might even be a long time coming. Yeah. Whoa, 3 years since you last uploaded. Oh, man. Yeah. You know, you just keep on going, yeah, okay, maybe later, maybe later, maybe later. And next thing you know, it's just been a very, very long time later. And you're like, oh my god. I've seen that happen, like, in multiple places. And, you know, where, you know, a thing that might be updating regularly just suddenly stops updating, right? You know, they would have, like, weekly releases, but then they're just, like, just one day, you don't see the update. You're like, yeah, you know what? It's a little hiccup, right? Everyone has their off weeks. Maybe they'll come back later. But they don't, right? And the time stretches out. Weeks turn to months, months turn to years, and realize it's then been a very long time. And now you're just wondering, huh? What happened to them? I wonder. I hope they're doing okay. Maybe they'll come back with the surprise. Hey, sorry, it's been a while. I'll try to get back into the groove of things, and then they never quite do so. Or they might have an actual explanation where it's like, yeah, well, things happened, and you know, my online schedule just fell behind, and it kind of slipped, and well, you know, then that became the new normal, and well, you know, that's how it goes sometimes. I've definitely seen that happen with a couple of folks. It was like especially prominent, you know, when forums were big. I used to be like big in the forums. I was like a member of quite a few fan forums. You know, we would have those members, right? Those members that would post regularly, right? You would, like, you know, you'd get on, you'd see them posting in topics every day, maybe every few days. But then, you know, it slows down, right? It starts slowing down. Maybe not every day, but, you know, every few days, and maybe once a week. They might be talking about how, oh man, just like real life has gotten busier. Like I started college, and I'm getting used to the college life, you know, their activities. So just keeps tapering off until you know, you don't see them anymore, and then you just decide, hey, you know what? I remember this person. You go check their profile, and their last login was like, you know, several months to several years ago. I was like, oh crap, it's really been that long, man. You know, you just stop posting, right? Their last post was just like some random thing, some random topic, and you're just like, huh. Just always wonder, wow. Kind of wonder what happened to them. What if they just, like, you know, just lost interest over time, or just something in real life just like came up and they put that on the back burner. Yeah, just keep putting it off for other stuff. There's always those that post daily. Happened to me with TFF. I used to post every day. I think all the forums I used to be a part of have long since shut down. Like, I was actually like some of the last people there. And, you know, you just see in the announcements, yeah, we can't justify keeping this up anymore. Forums going down. Everyone would say their goodbyes. Very bittersweet, right? Because it's like, yeah, you remember those days when the forums were a bit more lively. You get on them, you could always see something on there for you to talk about. But then the activity slows down as people move on for one reason or another. And then eventually you're like, yep. Yeah, it was gonna happen. Shame it happened, but you kind of expect it to be coming. And sure, you know, the members might reconvene in other places, right? They might go to a Discord server or a group on another site, but you know, it's not gonna be the same. It certainly won't be the same. I have forums to thank for meeting my boyfriend. Aww. That's always fun. I've definitely seen people hook up for that. Although, that was actually that period of time where, you know, people were actually more cautious on the internet, so... You know, even back then, you still had your share of people creeping on others and be like, yeah, you're being weird, but, you know, you do have those moments where people do develop a genuine romantic interest, and, you know, cases like yours where hey, it all... Yeah, it all works out like that, right? So that's, like, pretty neat. Reminds me of back in the day when you had pro boards to make our own forums. Or, yeah, pro boards and, PHP BB. I remember, like, those two being, like, the major forum software. You would get, like, you know, your domain, you would get the forum software, you would let it run its thing, and... You know, after a few hours, you would have yourself a very shiny set of forums to play with. Many a fan site had them. That's for sure. I know the fan sites I was a part of had forums. I think one was specifically like PHP BB, and the other two were pro boards. Yeah, you get talking and it just snowballs. It's like one of those things where it's not inherently good or bad. You just gotta, you know, keep an open. You gotta be mindful about it. Clearly, there's dangers present, but you can't treat it all like it's radioactive. I know I definitely met like a forumite in real life too. It's like part of the forum I was. Yeah, one of the other people there was going to the same con I was, so we just, like, met up, said hi. Yeah, we did that for, like, a couple of years, and then, I don't know. She fell off and did other stuff, and then, now, once again, we circled back around to, boy, I hope she's doing okay, right? We might have met for only a moment, but, yeah. Hopefully she's out there living a good life, right? If not the best life, at least a good one. You get to know the regulars, and you might get a private message to talk more. Oh yeah, that was always the big shocker for me. It's like you get someone just a PM to you. It's like, oh man, this particular topic you talked about, that was cool. You wanna just talk about it in depth somewhere? You know, just gets that ball rolling. Always awkward, that moment when you meet them for the first time. Yeah, especially when you know them by their forum avatar, right? Which 9 times out of 10 won't be like a real-life picture. It's like, oh, hey, so this is how you look in real life. Huh, you're a human. I mean, you know, you expect human, but you're never quite sure what kind of human to expect. So when you see that particular human with that, who's used to associate with that avatar and that online handle, it's like, ooh, takes a bit of getting used to, that's for sure. I feel like the replacement of Discord servers for forums, it's like, I feel like that's a mixed bag. Because on the one hand, one of the things I liked about forums was that you never had to sign up for them, right? I mean, I was a member for like a couple of fan sites, but there was like many others where I would just like lurk as a non-member. And you know, some of them might have certain sections that were only open for members, but some of them might have a lot of sections open even for those that most might be passing through. It was kind of fun just seeing like what other folks were talking about, which you can't quite get with Discord servers because, you know, you gotta click the invite, and when you do, you're more likely than not, it's gonna be an announcement that says, hey, this person has joined the Discord server, and you're like, well, can't just like stealthily enter. Nah, it's always gonna be like a big splash some way or another. Unless it's like one of those super huge Discord communities, then you could probably more stealthily enter. But if it's like a small one, people are gonna see you come in. I think people have also said that might like hamper the distribution of information, especially since, you know, again, most Discord servers have to be like join in, otherwise they're like a closed ecosystem. As you imagine, if there's like important documents being stored there and if the servers go offline, well, there's no way to kind of retrieve it beforehand, because they just might like go out without a warning, as opposed to, say, a forum where someone might be archiving it on the side, or, you know, might be at least saving the important stuff on the side. Unless someone does that on a, like, I don't know, Discord server kind of has its own quibbles to deal with. Ooh, excuse me. In my case, followed by make your screen name readable. Oh, yeah. I will say, it's super annoying when you're constantly hearing the Discord notification ping when folk are chatting. That's gonna be my confession there. I've, like, muted most of the servers, because I definitely get... It gets a little trying when I always see that red bubble pop up on the Discord icon. So, you know, I will. It's not like I don't visit those servers, but I usually just leaves me less anxious to actually, like, you know, clear those dots. Guess it's part of also why I, like, you know, join the larger Discord communities, because there's less of an expectation for me to keep on communicating. I can just, you know, get in and just lurk around. Right, race 3 of 5. Already halfway through this tour here. You can guarantee that there will be some sort of NSFW section. That's always hairy. Like, you start putting in any sort of NSFW section, you gotta make sure you keep a tight watch on that, because, you know, some people are gonna take that as a pass to put on some real sketchy stuff. Like, you gotta be super mindful of it, lest your server gets shut down, because that stuff will probably get reported right quick. Age restricted. Yep, that would be the way to do it. But even then, it's like not a guarantee. But at the very least, it'll keep people. It'll keep most people at bay. I guess it's not too different from most forums. I imagine most forums have at least like a off-topic or spam sub-forum where you could just like talk about whatever, or, you know, just go completely nuts and just like shitpost to your heart's content. Especially if they have a section called spam, right? That's where you just like put in all the meme stuff, put all the stupidest things you could think of, right? Whatever fads, whatever things you could think of. Whereas at least if if a section's called off topic, there's at least still some expectation of conversation to be had there. You can't just, like, you know, come in and shout whatever you want. Just proves that there are a lot of thirsty folk out there. Yeah, yeah, I've noticed that. Yeah, especially on the internet. Doesn't matter who, people look for, you know, the sexy shots some way or another. Right now. Take anything that's, like, remotely sexy, make it even sexier. Even if it, like, something's, like, not sexy, they'll make it sexy anyway. I mean, it's like the old saying goes, the internet is for prawn. Rule 34 and all that. Or, you know, Skeletor. Right, it's a Skeletor rule. Joke's on you, I'm into that. One section I did like in the forum I was in had a journal section, so we can put our thoughts down and have people reply and help out if you're having issues. Ah, that sounds real nice. Yeah, certainly great when you have that too. It's like, you know, some members just like going through an absolute crisis, and you can see whatever post they have, they're like, oh boy, they're not in the best spot. So, you know, you got everyone just trying to go, hey man. Gonna be okay. You know, you need anything, come talk to us. Like, even the people who might be, like, indifferent, at least come together going, yo, maybe, you know, it sucks, but hey, we're here for you, right? That's all good. It's great when you get that sort of camaraderie from all the people, like, even if they have, like, maybe different thoughts on things, or might be more prone to getting into tussles with everyone. At the very least, they can come together to go, yeah, you know what, guy's in trouble. Let's give him a shoulder to lean on. You get lots of perspectives. I think the forums I was on was especially prominent in that. Because I think there's like one particular forum I won that was like, most of the members were based in like Europe. So yeah, most of them were like several UK members. Like there's like one fella from Germany, another one from the Netherlands, so you know, you got your mix of perspectives there. So it was like pretty cool. You know, they can talk about the kind of stuff that they have in their country. I could share with them the kind of stuff I saw in the US. Yeah, it's like when you're a kid, that's like your gateway, your window into the world. Get to see how other people kind of go about their days. Seems the majority of folk I meet online tend to be from the US. Yeah, that's like the case for me too. I think the second most would definitely be like from European countries though. That and Australia. Yeah, weird. After that last race where they were like, nah, there's no way you're getting first at all. And now they're here like, yeah, even if you go last, you might be first. So, you know what, we'll take them up on that offer. Oh yeah. damn near impossible to watch Aussie streamers with the time zones. Oh man. Yeah, I can imagine in Europe that being very, very hard to do. Like, I know in the US that's already hard to do, because, like, you know, when they would be streaming in the morning, it would be like evening time for us, and if they are streaming in the evening, it will be morning time for us, so there's rarely a point in time where you could, like, you know, reasonably catch a stream from them, because you would be like on the one extreme end of the day or the other if they were also on there. And, you know, if they were to stream during their afternoon, well, I would probably asleep by then, so, well, never mind. At least I know there's, like, a couple streamers I know that are, yeah. They are Australian, and they do stream at, like, relative midday afternoon their time. It's like, well, can't catch them. So, just gotta do VODs. Yeah. It's like them and... oh my god, look at that pileup. Still not as chaotic as Grid 2's pileups. Now it's just a cluster of cars. Same, streams at 10 a.m. my time, so I can pop in on my breaks for a quick hi. Yeah. And that's the best you can do with them, right? If you want to catch them live. Oh wow, I noticed this one is 7 laps. And we're only on the first one, and it's already almost 2 minutes? Why is this one so long? Is this why the projection had me predicting first? Because I'm going to have a lot of time to actually get the first? Sheesh. And this is only the halfway point. I mean, the whole halfway point of the tour, not the race itself. This is the very beginning of the race. I've seen more Flows oil. It's got to be like an actual product. Otherwise they wouldn't have them on these billboards and everything. They just had to add to it by making it rain. I mean, hey, weather conditions, you gotta expect them, because in real life, they're gonna have variable conditions as well. We did have a couple of races in clear weather, so we had to mix it up. I wonder if we'll come to a point where they have, like, snow. We'll be driving tracks in the snow. Is that something they do in professional racing? I forget. I imagine either they would, or maybe they just, like, clean off the track so intensely that they make sure the roads are clear. The track is clear, at least. Even if the scenery around it is all snow. I was just thinking that. I guess I'm thinking that because, was it, the Crew 2 did have, like, a couple events where you were driving in the snow. I mean, granted that series wasn't all about realism in the first place, so it was all just like a fun little gimmick. And I was pretty cool with it. If they had rally on here, they could easily do snow rallies. They could. I don't think Motorsport is, like, does the rally thing, though, do they? They might have rally cars, but they wouldn't have anything like a rally event. If anything, rally would be for the Horizon side of things. Like in 5 and 1. I've yet to see a racing game that uses hailstones for weather. Ooh, that would be interesting. Not sure how they would differentiate that from the other weather conditions. That would be like the kind of thing that might be meaningful if they had like damage modeling, but if it's optional, then yeah, hailstorm would be like a different kind of snow, I would imagine. Unless you got the hailstone stat actually, like, remain hailstones when they hit the ground. That would be a different beast. Finished the race with broken windows and lots of dents. Yeah. Just gotta make pit stops more often. And they're gonna be longer. I feel like real life would be like one of those things where if the weather was actually hailstorms, they would just call it off or delay it as long as they could. A golf bar car, yeah. No way they're gonna let people drive in actual hail. No way they're gonna let people out in actual hail. Like, you see all these people out here in the field? No one's gonna be out here if there's a hailstorm, because who wants to be hit by hailstones? That's painful. And potentially deadly if they're big enough. That hail hurts like hell. I mean, I've already seen it on news reports, right? People talk about, like, even the golf ball size pieces of hail. They, like, bust them windows up real good. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to think about what happens when they hit a person. Nah, that ain't pleasant. That wouldn't be pleasant. Not at all. I'm just glad in my part of the woods, hailstorms are not very common. They do happen, but it's not so common that you gotta be on the lookout for them. It's just that kind of thing where it's like, well, if it happens and it adversely affects your stuff, then like, ah, man, and then you just gotta deal with the aftermath. Rare here too, most likely to get rain and high winds. Yeah, that seems about the common types of weather in my area as well. Although I also do live in, like, back when I lived in the city, like, high winds were especially common. I'm guessing it just has something to do with, like, buildings all around, just creating narrow corridors for the air to pass through, so yeah, winds would be more common, if only because the structures facilitate it. Yep, went through that in New York, yeah. Can only imagine what it must be like for that to be a daily occurrence from them. It's like, ah, yep, it's gonna be another windy day. Because I can only imagine what it must be like to just, like, finally go out into a countryside and not have to deal with winds on a frequent basis. I mean, they still could happen, but, there's also the chance that you get something like a nice breeze. Get to see all the grass just, like, blow in the wind along with it, and all the trees blow accordingly. It's like, ah, now that's relaxing. I do like that the rain seems to be building up even more. But like you can tell, it's like the rain is just getting steady heavier. The clouds are getting cloudier. Your visibility is slowly being reduced. Gives you that sensation that, yeah, time's passing and the weather condition is getting worse. And these people are like real dedicated to be still standing out here without umbrellas or, you know, rain ponchos. That's some real dedication there. I know I'd already be scrambling for cover if this rain were to start up. I'd be like, yeah, I'll just listen to it on the radio, or I'd like catch it on a stream of it on the internet or something. Standing out here in the water? No way.
One more. Finish strong.
Nice breeze that doesn't blow you across the street sideways. That's always pleasant, right? Surefire way to get pneumonia. I know, right? Jeez Louise. I'm glad there's like a pushback to that too, right? Don't have to tough your way through adverse conditions, because that's only going to end up worse for you and everyone in the long run, right? If things start getting bad, just like tap out. Not wrong with that. And if anyone tries to give you guff for it, well, you can go you can tell them where to shove it. I'm glad there's a pushback to that. It's like, yeah, you don't have to put up with adverse conditions unless, you know, that's kind of the thing you're doing, right? If you are doing, like, say, some sort of job like you would in SnowRunner, then yeah. Then maybe adverse conditions are part and parcel with your occupation, but, you know. If your work doesn't require you to be soaking wet, then you don't have to put up with being soaking wet if you don't want to. Yeah, crank that heater up and lots of waterproofs. Yeah, I can imagine if you're normally in a place that would be very cold, you have lots of heat packs ready for that. And lots of layers. Hey, there we go. Another first place victory, but man, it was like 12 minutes of racing. Why was this one so many laps, even despite the long lap time? Alright, let's see how the next one goes. I mean, on the bright side, we do get lots of credits and experience from this. Continue what we have. 6 laps, 3 laps of practice. 2.25 miles. I wonder how... I guess we'll see the target lap time, and then we can see how that averages out. Warehouse in winter is brutal. Oh, I bet. Like, there's no way that's going to have a comfortable central heating system. So you gotta do like heavy lifting, and then you're also cold on top of that. You gotta wear layers too, and you're gonna be sweating despite being cold, but you know you can't take anything off because you need those layers to be warm, but you're gonna be sweating, so everything's gonna be soaking wet by the end of the day. I'm like, oh dang. Of course, summer probably isn't much better, because now it's hot and you're still sweating from all the hard lifting. Just its own set of worms, can of worms. Ooh. End up with claws for hands. Oh, I bet. Team Porsche. I thought I saw a BMW ad there too. Alright, let's see what the target lap time is for this one. 2 minutes, 6 seconds. So really, the back half of these races just have longer run times in general. Has that always been a thing? I have to admit, I haven't been haven't been paying attention. Perfect soup weather, though. Yeah, that's true. Cold weather is a good time for soup. Good time for hot drinks as well. But yeah, it's nice to kind of warm up to a nice bowl of, like, say, chicken soup or beef stew after being out in the cold for a while. Also nice if you get, like, a nice hot cider or hot tea or hot chocolate or hot coffee. Any sort of hot drink. Yeah, break out the hot chocolate with marshmallows. It's the best time for it. I remember that being one of the things I always looked forward to when I was a kid in the winter, right? After you come inside, being out in the cold for so long, like, yeah, get me that hot chocolate. And the marshmallows. And then you can either have a spoon so you can scoop out the marshmallows and eat them individually, or just, like, drink up the marshmallows while you're drinking your chocolate. Either way. You know what was especially fun? When they had the Lucky Charms marshmallows as part of it. It was definitely a different thing, because, you know, cereal marshmallows tend to be, like, hard, while regular marshmallows are, like, actually soft, so definitely had a different feel to it, but it was just funny, right? Because, you know, these are, like, a different kind of marshmallows. Ones you're familiar with, but in a new context. And, you know, still marshmallows, so it all still went together well. Ah, you never got Lucky Charms there. Oh, man. I don't know if they still do that, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if they... I wouldn't be surprised either way, right? Like, if they continued it, I could see that. But if they discontinued it, I could also see that. And I think next time I go out shopping, I have to make sure I get, like, a pack of hot chocolate. It's definitely the time of year for that. Or maybe see if they have it on Amazon or something. I could, like, order a pack of it there. I guess it depends if, like, my local supermarket or Amazon would be cheaper. Mind you, they're really cutting down on sugar in cereals there. That was always the comment about American cereals. That was like, oh man, you know, these things are more like candy, and I had to admit they have a point there. Though I have to admit I'm not really helping, because I really like the sugary cereals. Like, give me them frosted mini wheats. And I have to admit, that's like the extent of it. Or Lucky Charms. I'll eat Lucky Charms as well. Other than that, I guess it's usually Honey Bunches of Oats or Special K, but even those still have a fair amount of sugar in them. Frosties for me with hot milk. I also like oatmeal. I think I got like a pack of oatmeal I bought some time ago. I should get through that. I should probably get through it, because, you know, I should eat that. Hopefully they're still good. You need a good full English in you. What does constitute an English breakfast, I wonder? If you wanted like a full American breakfast, it would probably be like some sort of meat, potatoes, or bread, and eggs. Got your food groups covered there, right? Protein, more protein, and grains. Of course, all derived from when was like farmer country and people needed a big meal so that they have a lot of energy to go through the day. But you know, times have changed, and most people probably aren't farming. At the very least, aren't doing intense manual labor, but they still eat the big breakfast. Bacon, eggs, fried bread, toast, baked beans, black pudding, sausage. That's your standard full English. Oh man, yeah, that's like that's a feast right there. Oh my. That would be like my weekend breakfast. That would be like when I have time to, you know, cook everything, and then have enough time to eat everything as well. Maybe the kind of thing I could eat while watching something else. Yeah, that sounds like a nice and hearty breakfast right there. My favorite way to have eggs was always sunny side up. And always funny because I was the only person in my family who ever liked sunny side eggs. Everyone else wanted, you know, their yolks fully cooked, which, hey, you know what? They like what they like, but my favorite part about having the runny yolk was always just getting that bread to, you know, get that runny yolk and just eat the bread and like, that's a good combo right there. AKA a heart attack on the plate. I can see that. Yes, that being said, runny yolk is really the only... I would only want runny yolk if the eggs were like, you know, separate on a plate or something like that. If I have like a breakfast sandwich that's like English muffin, sausage, and an egg, I would rather have the egg cooked, because I don't know, if it's like a sandwich, I don't want things to be running out of the sandwich, because, you know, the reason I have a sandwich is because I don't want my hands to become dirty, so it just becomes the antithesis of a sandwich if I have like stuff running out of it and onto my hands. So yeah, that would be like the one case where I want a fully cooked egg, is if I'm having like a breakfast sandwich.
Total time penalty is about 3 seconds.
Good lord, 3 seconds. I should probably rewind that. If you're in Scotland, you'll get haggis too. Ooh. Oh wait. No, I can't rewind far enough to cancel it out. We're gonna restart that. Take a bite and end up wearing the filling. Alright, so gotta remember not to cut inside as much as I did before. Ooh, I get that when I put coleslaw on salad cream on a ham sandwich. Yeah, see, I can't do something like that. I know coleslaw can be pretty runny sometimes, and yeah, salad cream also like that. But nah. If I put like a spread on my sandwich, it's gotta be like something that doesn't run, at least. Like, I'd say even with wraps, I would try to, you know, not get something too runny. Even though I know that this probably actually might sound hypocritical, because my favorite kind of wrap is like a chicken Caesar salad wrap, which, you know, has Caesar dressing, and, well, Caesar dressing tends to be running. But, like, most of the wraps I get that have, like, the Caesar dressing usually have them in, like, a separate container, so I can just, like, apply that separately onto the wrap, so you know it's not like overflowing or anything like that. So I can ration it out so it doesn't like run all over. So I guess there's that. Sounds good. Yeah, it is. There's like one particular place I go to that does have like Caesar salad wraps, and man, I always usually get one if I stop by there, because you know, it's like when you're out shopping after a while, you just like want to go home, just like eat, and you know they sell this good wrap, so I'll get one. I like the southern fried chicken ones with the salsa on. Ooh, that also sounds tasty. Yeah, I guess burritos would also be the outlier, though. I'd also try to, like, maybe not make that as messy as possible, right? You know the combinations of ingredients you can usually put together to make sure that you don't have, like, stuff just overflowing. Like, I know some people do enjoy that, and some people do eat burritos with utensils. I know I do that, too, if, like, a burrito's too large to be held in my hands. Otherwise, I usually try to have it in such a way that it's relatively neat. Hit up Taco Bell. Yeah, I know Taco Bell usually gets a bad rap, but I had to admit, I haven't had a problem with them. Like, there's all those jokes about how you'll need to go to the bathroom after you eat food from Taco Bell, but I feel like that's never been a severe issue for me. Like, it sucks that everyone else has problems with it, no doubt, but I feel like most of the time, if I get something from there, I'm, like, fine with it. I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna go out of my way to eat at Taco Bell, but you know, if someone were to say, "Hey, let's go to Taco Bell," I'd be like, "Yeah, sure, let's do it." I mean, it still is the only place where you can get, usually the only place where you can get Mountain Dew Baja Blast. I remember that long ago when they started advertising that flavor. It's like, yeah, you can get that exclusively at Taco Bell. Being all the more reason to visit Taco Bell. And of course, every time I do visit Taco Bell, I always make sure to get Mountain Dew Baja Blast, because, you know, it's highly unlikely that you'll get it any other way. You have a few there now. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Get to enjoy the wonders of Taco Bell. Typically when I go to Taco Bell, like, ever since they introduced, like, the Dorito tacos, I usually get those because, hey, where else are you gonna get Dorito tacos? I mean, sure, they got, like, taco kits in supermarkets that get you the equivalent of those, but, you know, they just don't hit the same. It was great visiting the various food places that we don't get in England. Yeah. It's fun, right? It's like, hey, yeah, it's a little taste of something you don't normally see. Like, I know when I, you know, visit like the Southeast Asian territories, I always, like, you make sure to go visit the restaurants that we don't see in the U.S. I mean, of course, I get the local foods there too, but, you know, I'll hit up like a fast food chain that they have there that you might not see back in the USA, just to see what it's like, right? Or, you know, I might actually hit a fast food chain that we might have in the U.S., but just get like a local menu item they have there, or, you know, see what they sell there, how they what kind of foods they have there. It's fun. I mean, obviously you wanna hit up their super local delicacies, right? Actually taste their actually local food, the stuff that they're famous for, but sometimes it can be fun seeing how the big chains adapt to different locations. Some of those street stalls have such nice food. It can be a toss-up, right? You do get the stalls that do have, like, you know, the foods that are actually delicious, right? They put in the effort and stuff. But sometimes you get the ones where it's like, ah, man, you regret eating there later, right? You're paying for it. You gotta, it's like the kind of thing you gotta watch for. That's why it's nice to have locals, you know, who know where the good stuff is, so you're not playing roulette with the food there. But yeah, when you hit, like, know where the good restaurants are, then it's real fun. Yeah, the one time I visited Southeast Asia, we did go on, like, a big road trip, kind of just like going through various territories, and, you know, we did stop by a variety of local restaurants, had the food there. So I was like, it was pretty cool, right? Just seeing how they served the dishes, and you know, some people did some cool presentations with their food too. Like, you know, they might cook it in a clay pot, and then they might, like, you know, give that clay pot a dramatic break open as they serve you the food, and that was, like, pretty neat. Or they might, like, actually give it a big flambe right at the table. So, you know, you would have to watch yourself, but it was always cool to see in person. The ones that are the equivalent of the typical greasy burger van. Yeah! We actually did have a point like that where we did get ice cream, right? We got ice cream from, like, a stand, and we were all like, oh yeah, we enjoyed it, we had fun with it, and then we all woke up in the middle of the night, and our stomachs were disagreeing with us something fierce, and let me tell you, that night sucked. Oh man. And we only had one bathroom too. There's places that cook it in front of you on the big flat top griddle thingy. I know, right? Those are always fun spots. It's like dinner and a show. I don't know, I guess that just, like, made the food all the more delicious. Because it was like, you felt like you got to watch it get cooked live. It's like, oh man. Yeah, stomach, it's ice cream coming up without the cone! Yeah. I guess dairy products are kind of like the biggest toss-up, sure. If you get the right ones, it's absolutely delicious, but I guess there's a million ways for that to go wrong. Not that there aren't a million ways for other dishes to go completely wrong, but it feels like dairy-based confections seem to get it the most. I guess second to that is, like, anything with meat in it. Because you can imagine, if it's not beef, if it's not cooked, then you're probably in for a bad time. Indian desserts are known for being bad like that. God help you if it's chicken that's not cooked right. Oh boy. Or pork, yeah, especially those. Yeah, word of advice. Right. It's like, it's what they always tell you. Beef, yeah, if you eat that raw, it's usually not the end of the world, but, you know, you always gotta cook chicken and pork to the correct temperature. Shellfish, yeah, there's that too. In those cases, that's actually, like, even more deadly for you. Like, if you eat the wrong type of shellfish at the wrong temperature, if it's served improperly. I mean, on the flip side, there is sushi. Right? It's like that can have raw fish in it, but still very delectable. Like very, very safe, right? Like people are usually cool with eating raw fish, right? Or else they wouldn't be serving it. You know, I'm like a little shamed to admit that I actually didn't start eating sushi until like a couple months back. It was like mostly because you know, I was like with my cousins and they decided to go to a sushi place, and well, I figured, well, I might as well go try it out. Or actually, no, it wasn't sushi. I was first went to a poke bowl place, right? Poke bowl, that's like basically sushi ingredients kind of served up in a different context. So I actually had a poke bowl. I ate that, and I was like, you know what? This is actually pretty good. And you know, knowing that most of that stuff is also in sushi, I think that's like what finally got me to kind of overcome that hurdle and just give sushi a go. And you know what? I enjoy sushi now, right? There's some good stuff out there. Which kind of funny, right? Because you know, sushi is like known for being raw fish, but I think my favorite types of sushi have like shrimp tempura in them. But still, I do enjoy like the other kinds of sushi that have raw fish. It's like, man, some of them are good, right? Especially the ones that have like mango or avocado, stuff like that. Maybe crab stick, man, is really hit the spot. Like kitchen nightmares. Gordon just yelling, "You'll kill someone" after they serve rancid prawns. That's always the big thing, right? Other people serving improperly handled food, and it's like, dude, that's like a health violation. You're playing with people's lives. That's not something you want on you. Right. This isn't just because we want to be inconvenient. This could actually shut your thing down if word gets out. Yep, you let this slide. Yeah, that's like that one thing where, you know, one thing that people would be justifiably angry about. Food that could actually harm someone if you serve it. I mean, it's like on top of that, it can't taste great, right? Like any food that's like spoiled, it doesn't taste good. So why would you even go through it? The solution there, of course, would be to, you know, don't order more food than you can consume in a proper time period, and make sure you eat it right away. I know I learned my lesson in that regard. One time I bought like a pack of strawberries. And, you know, I just, like, forgot about them, right? I had them in the fridge. I properly refrigerated them, but forgot about them. And until a few weeks later, you know, realized, oh, yeah, I have strawberries. And unfortunately, they weren't any good by then. So I just gotta remember. It's like, yeah, if I buy fruit, if I buy fresh veggies, I gotta use them within the week I buy them. Because, you know, that's when they taste best. And well, fresh food is just good. Why wouldn't you use it fresh? It's like, just makes sense, man. I'm guilty of that after using spoiled milk in my coffee that was out of date by a week. Oh, man. Yeah, you put it back in the fridge and forget. Yeah. It's also why I don't, like, overstock my fridge, right? It's like, yeah, buy just enough food to get you through, you know, the next time period. I think it's, like, partially also why I try to switch my grocery trips to bi-weekly. That way I can, like, get fresh food more often. Because, boy, I sure like eating a good fresh salad or having a good amount of fresh fruit, and I want to do that more often. So it is nice to just like come out every other week and just like get fresh food. Also lets me visit a bigger variety of stores too. Because when I was doing like monthly trips, I was always just like visiting the same grocery store. But if I do bi-weekly trips, I usually try to visit like another store during the off week, so I can at least, like, you know, get a different spread of products. As you know, grocery store does have a lot of things, but sometimes the other stores might have like different things, and it's always fun to mix it up. When I had my first flat, I remember finding yogurts that had their own ecosystem growing in them. Oh boy. Man. It's like the first time you encounter an extremely moldy product, you're just like, oh god. And just like, oh boy. Gotta make sure that never happens again. Because I know that would, like, freak me right out. It did freak me right out. It's like, oh, wow, god, that doesn't... No, that's not what that looks like normally. You know, it's a natural thing to happen, but it's not something you normally see, and you shouldn't see. So there's always the gag in like the animes where, you know, you have the character going into the fridge, checking the food, and then you got that one particular food that's like so moldy that they have to pixelate it because that's like horrors that the regular average human was not meant to see. And the only thing you see is like the character's completely mortified reaction to it. It's like, oh geez, oh man, oh man, oh geez. Bread is the worst thing. Shelf life is terrible. I've taken to putting a closed peg on the packet to keep it longer, or I buy 2 loaves and freeze one. Grapes that get you tipsy when you open the door. Yeah. And that just rolls back around to, if I get something like fresh fruit or fresh veggies, I will consume them within the week. Because, you know, past that, 1, they spoil, and 2, they're not as tasty. And why would I want to make that happen, right? Especially when I get them day of. It's like, dude, you have the tasty food right there. Just use it. Eat it while it's still tasty. Don't wait until it's not tasty to eat it. Like, what the heck, me? Yeah, then it's like, oh, I don't remember that. When did I get that? You check the date, and it's like, oh dear. This is actually older than I thought it was. On a random side note, I'm probably gonna have to look up, see if there are any recipes that use a lot of brown sugar, because I have a lot of brown sugar. I think I bought it like a while ago because there was like a particular like beans and franks recipe, I think, that had brown sugar in it. And I was like, hey, yeah, you know what? I could see how that would add to it. So I got like a bag of brown sugar, and now I got a bunch of extra brown sugar. So yeah, I'm pretty sure there's like a cookie recipe that uses a lot of it. So I just had to find it and then get a lot of other stuff. But that means I'll have a bunch of other extra ingredients that I will have to find other stuff to kind of cook together, and thus the cycle of ingredients is born. Yeah, sometimes you get potatoes that start sprouting. Yeah, yeah, I don't know, around where I am, you can only get potatoes in like large quantities, so man, it sucks because I like potato dishes, but I guess gotta settle with, like, you know, the mashed potatoes in a packet now if I want potatoes and not have to worry about potatoes starting to find some place to grow. Yeah, it's weird how potatoes work, right? It's like, to get more potatoes, you just put a potato in the ground. You'll get potatoes. potatoes, baked potatoes. It's weird. It's also kind of freaky. There's like one GIF, or not a GIF, but it was like a picture I just stumbled across on Twitter, I think, where they were talking about like the difference between plants, right? Difference between certain plants. There's like most plants, if you like, you know, you cut them off, they usually wither up and die, and potatoes are just like, where's the soil? Alright, and then the picture they had was just like a potato that was left unchecked for a long time, and, you know, just had its roots just was branching in every which direction. And let's just say, it was very unsettling. At least I found it unsettling. I don't know. You usually get 3 2.5 kilogram bags. Whoa. Yeah, leave them in a bag and they'll still sprout. Yeah. It's like, I don't eat potatoes often enough to justify getting a large bag of potatoes, so as much as I enjoy potatoes, usually I have to get, like, you know, mashed potatoes in a box if I want to get something that isn't going to, like, give me trouble a long time down the line. Yeah, homemade fries. That's always a fun use for 'em. Homemade fries, or scalloped potatoes, or like hash browns. Or even like a baked potato. Man, baked potatoes are great. Like, my favorite way to eat a baked potato is just like get a block of cream cheese to go with it, and you just like you know, eat some cream cheese with a chunk of baked potato, and like, Of course, there's like plenty of other ways to serve a baked potato, right? Like sour cream and chives is like always the classic. And then you know, you can also like do cheddar if you want cheddar and bacon, or sour cream and bacon, or I guess like any combination of dairy thing and meat thing usually get a good way, usually get a hit some way or another. Not in pudding is a good way to use potatoes up. I had to look that up. Might be fun to make like homemade mashed potatoes as well. Although I know that's like work and a half. I know you have to put in like a ton of effort if you don't want your mashed potatoes to become lumpy. Make sure you leave no chunk of potato unmashed. Mashed potato. Add some flour, then bake in the oven till golden brown, then add butter. Yeah. Oh man. I think my grandma always liked to just dump in a block of cream cheese. That was kind of like her way of serving up mashed potatoes. Certainly made it like extra creamy, extra sticky. Put them through a ricer, that gets rid of lumps. Interesting. I'll have to see if I can get one then. Yeah, mashed potatoes is like that other thing where you have a couple options where you can like spice them up some way or another. Right. Plain mashed potatoes, it's already good enough on its own, but you know, you can throw in anything you would like put in a baked potato. So you could like throw in sour cream, or you could throw in bacon, or you could throw in cheddar, or you could throw in chives, or you could throw in like some combination of that, and you know, people will enjoy it. Oh, and garlic. People enjoy garlic. You could also add garlic to a baked potato, I think. Or you can make dolphin noise. What is that? I don't think I've heard of that before. Oh boy. At least we have a little less than 3 laps, but I think getting these last 3 positions is going to be tricky. Slided potato, then a layer cream potato, build it up, and then on the top a layer grated cheese, then bake in the oven. Oh, sliced potato. Sounds pretty good. Now I think about it, I think one of my relatives served potato like that. Is that what they call it? Because I do remember really enjoying that dish, and I was like, oh man. I always wondered what that kind of style of like serving potatoes was, but whoa. That's pretty cool. Nice side dish, yeah, it sounds like it. Something you could like serve with ham and a side of mixed vegetables. It's called Dauphinoise potato. Very cool. Today I learned. Ah, that's neat. Hey, that goes back to like the benefits of forums, right? When you get people from all over the world kind of sharing what their corner of the world is like, you just get all sorts of different experiences, and it's kind of fun. It's kind of cool. Yeah, mixes it up from the usual mashed or roasted. Yeah, I can totally see that. It's a kind of dish that just works. Three laps, and we have 3 laps to catch these 2 folks in the front. I mean, I'm feeling alright. We did catch up to 4th place, and hey, we're in a spot where we'll get rewards, so even if I don't catch up to these 2, it's not going to be the end of the world. I remember as a kid, my nan would make potato pie. Wait, just like straight up potato pie. It's not even sweet potato, it's like potato pie. That's fascinating. It's like grains on grains. That was like pretty good though. The one dish I do remember having because my cousins were like looked it up and learned how to serve it was like a shepherd's pie. That was like the one where you had lamb, mashed potato, along with other ingredients, and you had like in pie form. It was very good. I enjoyed that. It was like a meal in a pie. Oh.
Total time penalty is about a second.
Oh, yum. Yeah. I've come to enjoy it. Yeah, that's the thing I think is fun about my cousins. They're not afraid to just like look up new recipes to check out and have everyone try out. And they usually do a good job of cooking too, so it's always fun to have their food because they do a good job. That and cottage pie are great. Ooh. I don't think I've had that, but yeah. We love a pie over here. Yeah, there's certain pies over here that are like pretty popular too. Like, you definitely can't go like a couple feet without finding like some sort of pot pie product, like I know chicken pot pie is a pretty popular thing, which I guess is like pretty similar to like say shepherd's or cottage pie. Ah, okay, so it's beef instead of lamb. Ah, that's pretty cool. Steak and kidney. Cheese and onion. Steak and ale. So many ways to serve it. Guess we also have like a beef pot pie, which is kind of like beef stew, but if you put it in pie form. I guess a chicken pot pie would also be like that, but it's like chicken soup, but you stick it in a pie. The vaguely named meat pie. Yeah. It's like a sausage, but you stick it in a pie. Oh, no, it's like a hot dog, but you put it in pie form instead. I guess the gag here, at least in the US, I don't know if it's like common anywhere else. Yeah, mystery meat. Yup. That was always the joke you would see in like the TV shows. Oh man, what's at the cafeteria today? Today. It's mystery meat. Oh man. Although I guess where I come from, that would be like Salisbury steak. I don't know. For some reason, I enjoyed it, right? If they had Salisbury steak, I would actually be excited for it. But for everyone else, they were repulsed, right? It's like, I thought it was fine. Everyone else was going, man, how do you eat that stuff? I'm like, I just do. It's good. I don't know. But something about it didn't sit right with them. It's weird. A polite way to say awful. Yeah. It's all the leftover bits, right? Like the stuff that wouldn't translate into a good cut of meat. They just mashed it together. Boom. We used the rest of it. I mean, hey, credit where credit's due. They're at least not trying to waste anything. But yeah, here's a reason why it's like leftover stuff. Almost as bad as Spam. Ah, Spam. I don't know. At least Spam, you can make something decent out of it sometimes. There's some types of meat product where it's like, no matter what you do, still, you're not going to get it all the way. At least with Spam. It feels like you could get it somewhere. Like, I don't know. At the very least, it seems like people are willing to do silly things with Spam. I've seen Spam sushi. Like, you wouldn't do that normally, but, you know, people do it because they can. It's along with hot dog sushi, right? It's not something you see commonly, but they do it because they can. My nan used to fry it and put it on the sandwich. I think for my family, we would just use that as like the meat product for the big breakfast. So instead of bacon or say sausage, it might be Spam sometimes. And I don't know, I guess as a kid I was fine with it. Imagine if I ate it as... I wouldn't go out of my way to eat Spam, but if someone were to serve it up, I'd probably eat it.
We finished P1.
Here, look at that clean sweep. Level 44. Hey, so we made it out of these two extra tours with a couple extra credits, even if we had to buy one higher end car. Yeah, we got 15,000 credits for that trophy as well. That time of week before payday when folks were broke, it was Spam. Yeah, I guess that would be the thing about it. It was cheap. It was affordable. It's like the unfortunate thing about, say, the class-based payment stuff, right? the cheap stuff is bound to be unhealthy, but well, it's like the most affordable, so anyone with low income will probably only get that. Which I guess leads to them being in worse shape than those who might have higher income because they can afford the more nutritious food. It's like, man, it's the kind of thing that shouldn't happen, but it does. Some of them was tasty, like tinned corned beef. Oh yeah. And then you had like other things like Vienna sausages, which I don't know. It's like edible, but something about them just didn't sit right with me. I wouldn't go out of my way to eat them, but if someone were to like, hey, here's some Vienna sausages on a plate, I'm like, okay, I'll eat them, but I wouldn't enjoy them. I mean, I wouldn't be repulsed by them, but I wouldn't, like, you know, I wouldn't go into like a sparkly food animation like you might in anime when you eat good food. Yeah. It's the weird thing about canned food. It's like definitely meant to... It's like the way, at least in the US, it kind of had to do that if you wanted to transport food across long distances. But the way they also made it, it just like, yeah, it had a different taste, right? It had a different taste from like fresh food, so if you're like, if you didn't eat it fresh, I don't know. Some people would even say like maybe it like removed the flavor in some way, right? Sure, at least it kept. Yeah, that's like the primary reason why they did it, and you can see why they would do it. But boy, it's like one of those things where, you know, you see the people who maybe don't ever want to eat, like, say, a hot, fresh cooked meal and would just prefer, like, you know, processed food. And it's like, man, I know it's what you're used to, but there's a whole world out there. There's other types of foods you can have and a world of flavors you can experience. But I don't know. I guess complacency is a hell of a thing, right? It's what you grew up having. It's what's like the one that gave you the comfort, the one that might have kept you steady in those trying times, and well, that's why you continue having it, right? The star eyes, yeah, right. The star eyes, the sparkly background, the rainbow thing, the high-pitched voice, the rapid description, flowery language they use to describe the flavors and how it all comes together and everything. Something about, you know, it popping in their mouth and exploding or something like that. I don't know. Always some forgotten tin at the back of the cupboard that you gave to the Harvest Festival donation. Yeah, right. Well, I think they would check for that kind of stuff too, right? It's like, make sure, hey, don't bring us expired food, or they might check for that. Or, you know, they might go through that, like, afterwards to make sure that all the food's in viable condition. Because I imagine there are some folks out there who would use it as, like, a cupboard cleaning service. But you can't serve that to people. At least they wouldn't serve it safely. You couldn't serve that to people while still having a clear conscience on your mind. Yeah. So, in any case, hey, Modern Tour is, for all intents and purposes, finished. I mean, we do have a reward showcase. Hey, you know what? Let's go in here real quick. I had to admit, I did get spooked by the arbitrary bar for race length, but how many laps is it? 1 lap. Wait, how many miles? Oh, it's 8 miles, and it's 1 practice lap as well. So let's see, if 2 miles gets you about like a 2-minute run time. Yeah, it's gonna be about 8 minutes. Ah, and the Ford GT, yeah, there is that. Yeah, the car is faster, so the lap time would probably be shorter, but it's still gonna be a long lap time, but it's also only 1 lap. Yeah, you know what? It'll probably be short enough. Even if we do 1 lap, it'll be short enough. Let's do it. On the old Muselan circuit. At least it's the one without the chicane. Circuit International de la Sarthe. Ah, I see Michelin Man. And Rolex. Of course, the Rolex would be advertising here.
Are more recognizable than Le Mans. With so many long straights, you'll be at full throttle around 85% of each lap.
Yeah, there is that. Let's go. Practice time. I really want to see what the target lap time is for this track. You're only going to get one lap to kind of figure it out. I want one of those Michelin Man cutouts for my garage. Honestly, I would not mind having a cutout for my place also, just for kicks. Just to say I have a cutout. Doesn't matter like who it is or what character. It could be anyone. Just to say I have a cutout. I think back when I was watching Giant Bomb, they actually got like a bunch of random cutouts for kicks, because you know that's the kind of shtick they were having, and they would like prominently display those cutouts when they were like, you know, doing their streams, and that was always fun. A.K.A. Monsieur Bidenbaum. But yeah, get me one. Probably wouldn't be hard to make one, right? You just need like enough, a large enough piece of cardboard, and I guess enough printer paper to paste on whatever cutout you want a picture of, or whatever picture you want to cut out of. Used to see models of him on the cabs as semis. Oh man. Oh yeah, they weren't kidding when they said there were a lot of straightaways. Ooh, they go rocketing down this track. Okay, so this wasn't going to be as long as I thought it was. But then again, this is a higher performance car. It's a faster car, and we are racing on a track with a lot of straightaways, so it's natural that the lap time would be shorter. At least shorter than I projected. Shorter than I was worried it was going to be. Yeah, you can see the points in which, you know, they could have a different configuration of the track. Have ones with longer turns, tighter turns. I wonder if each reward showcase will be like on a different version of the Le Mans. They'll have like 4 different versions of Le Mans, and each reward showcase will take on a different form of it. I feel like that would be the thing they would do. The other version is the same, but with... Ooh, we're in the Michelin section now. Man, this car weren't here. Alright, I'll drive behind you. It's a practice lap. I don't need to prove anything. It's a good thing this is a video game. Come on, Twitch, get your act together. I just got the notification that I was going live. Really? It only came up now? What the heck? 4.5 hours later? What? I've been noticing that. It's like streaming platforms have been having a bit of a time. Not just Twitch, but some of the streamers I watch on YouTube. The videos would just like hang for a really uncomfortably long time. I don't know if that's like on my end or nah, it can't be, because I've seen other people just go, "Oh man, we're stream," right around the same time my stream would be hiccuping. So, oh boy, that plus the times reset to 150 that you've been live. Oh no, great. I wonder if this means like after I wrap up the stream, I'll go check like the video section and I'll see that my stream's been split into 2 parts because I've been inadvertently disconnected at some point. That happened with my other stream. The Costume Quest 2 stream on Sunday, I noticed got split into 3 parts because I had internet issues. And the saddest part is like the part where apparently lost connection was where I had like a big long conversation about ghost puke, and now I'm sad that's like not like recorded because there's only the tail end of it. So I was going to like a big long spiel just about ghost puke because like one of the attacks there was a ghost puking. I was like thinking about what ghost puke would be like, and yeah, now I'm bummed. I'm bummed because then now I'll also have to spend some time stitching that video together for the VODs channel. And the weird thing about the program I use, at least, right, DaVinci Resolve, it's really weird because, you know, these videos, they can reach like multiple hours, and when I download them from Twitch, they're usually like a few gigabytes. Like, yeah, you know, nothing too huge. I expect them to be big because, you know, several hour-long videos. But at most, they might be like, you know, 6-7 gigabytes. But if I were to like take it into DaVinci Resolve, you know, even if I don't like do anything to it, I just output it as like a video. For some reason, the size just like balloons, right? A 4-hour video could like easily be 70 gigabytes, and I mean, I got a large enough hard drive to store it, but it's weird. It's weird that the file size would balloon so much when the source file is like not even a tenth of that. I've been trying to find ways to get that file size smaller. Whether it be like picking a different file format or like dialing down the quality, but yeah, it's still something I'm looking at. Maybe there is a way to do it, but I just haven't found it yet. You're right, it's in 4 hours. Then the second one that says live for 3 minutes. Oh, okay. So yeah, I've had some sort of hiccup happened. Although, I guess from the sounds of it, it's purely on the end of the VODs, because I guess I didn't see any notification that I got disconnected. And I don't know, on Streamlabs, I just get like one continuous timer. Like, normally if I do get, like, you know, if I do lose connection, Streamlabs will usually inform me of it, or I'll notice that the time is reset, but in this case, man, that means there's gonna be like some period of time where stream's been lost to the ether. Like, oh god, man. That means this is another VOD that will have to be stitched together in post. Another massive file size, which means I'll have to start uploading this one early. But yeah, it's I guess Twitch has its own separate set of problems, but yeah, I've noticed YouTube's just been... Certain streams have had like pretty severe hang-ups, right? You'll just be watching it for a while, and then you'll see like the spinny icon for a long time, and then, you know, sometimes you get worried, but then you still like see in chat other people are like, "Hey, what happened to the stream?" You know, they're like, "Come on, Neil," and yeah. It's whatever video codec they're using is just on the fritz, some reason or another. Hey, that wasn't so bad. It's like 8 minutes.
Good work today. P1.
You take practice into account. Huh. 84 credits for that whole thing, too. Still maybe not as money efficient as some of the other races in the tour, considering... Although considering this is just like a one-off in the tour, this might be at least the best use of it time-wise. Or no, since you can like exit out of a tour in the middle, it doesn't really matter which one you do. Might as well do one of the other ones, because you get more credits from it. And you'll still be racing a good amount of time there, right? Anyways. Got some parts for the GT. And all we can do is continue. They couldn't at least made it like 50 or 100k. Yeah, at least for like a first time finish, right? It's like, hey, thanks for coming to the showcase. Yeah, could have. I mean, OMG, I can't type. Well, I admit it's getting late and it's getting sleepy. We did our 2 tours. I guess that's gonna be the standard. We'll do 2 tours, and that's gonna already eat up a lot of time. So yeah, I'll call it here. Thanks to everyone who came by and lurked, who hung out and chatted. I appreciate each and every one of you. I'm gonna be back on Friday. We're gonna continue Sea of Stars. Finally, going to actually go on the Sea of Stars, so that's gonna be exciting. Can't wait to see what that's all about. Will probably have me seeing stars. Anyways, have a good one. Yeah, you have a good one too. Thanks for hanging out. Let's see who's on the raid. Oh man, who's on at this hour? Yeah, there's people. There's always people. Trouble here always is you only get one target. You can only raid one person per stream. I might have found found someone. Now, if we're going for chill and relaxing, this might be a good one to lead into, because this is also chill and relaxing. They're also doing a subathon, so they might have raids open. We'll see if this goes through. Hey, cool. Alright. Alright, so this is oldie. Wait, did it stop? Did I click stop? I must accidentally click stopped. Alright, let's try this again. Start raid. Okay. Stealthy is playing Minecraft. Yeah, you know Minecraft, you probably are aware of it. It's a known quantity. I figured it might be a good thing to go into at this hour, right? It's just a good chill stream to have. Something to relax to. Although I guess where they are, it's probably going to be a day of Minecraft, but you know what? Still relaxing, right? In any case, what should our raid message be? There. If you're joining in on the raid, give them Modern Tour champs. Otherwise, have a good rest of your week. I'll see you Friday.